All right, good one. So far, this is it. Sometimes it'll take like 10, 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden everybody crowds in. Sometimes it just a dud. It all just depends. All right. Kittens won't be asleep for very long, so it's probably going to get hectic. You guys don't have to advertise. I don't do it myself because I hate advertising. It's not really like a really huge deal. Hello, JT and DC. That's true. And that's why I give it usually, I think this time I started 40 minutes early and then just let it run with the stream will begin shortly deal. Even then, it usually takes 15 or so minutes after it begins for people to start coming, if they do. And I realize that this bottom rule here is a little bit misleading. I do not police language when it comes to chat. What I mean by this is if another person is on panel with me here, then you can feel free to talk shit to me. I don't give a shit. But don't talk shit on panel to other panel members. I can't stop people in chat, like text chat, from doing that. So you can just ignore them if you want, but I do not police text. Mainly the only reason I do it on panel is because, one, all it takes is one bad experience and then people won't do this anymore. And then we run out of people to even bring up. And two, I try my best to be a serious discussion type deal as much as possible. It really doesn't serve any purpose to just throw ad hominems at each other, call each other stupid, and talk about your mom and all that good. It's really just a waste of time, at least to me. Hello. I don't care about language as long as it's not an attack against someone else on panel. You can use any word you want as long as it won't get me in trouble with YouTube. Mal's not capable of having a conversation without vulgarity and ad hominems. Of course it makes... What doesn't make me Randy? Let's be real. Mal just uses different stretches of of fuck. He'll put more emphasis on one of the four letters there just to sound out different words. It's like his own language. I was hoping we might be able to get someone who's pro-Israel up here after what's went down recently. I use Jesus Christ all the time. And then I catch myself saying it, and I'm like, damn, I'm an atheist. What the fuck? It's kind of ironic. I catch myself saying it all the time. Let me make sure I'm pinned. Yep. It don't bother me as much as it used to because I realize it's just a cultural thing. Like you hear it so many times, you just do it instinctually without thinking about it. And to be fair, it doesn't have to be religious. Hello, Gads.
Howdy.
As I was saying, to be fair, it doesn't even have to be religious. I mean, historically, there almost certainly was a Jesus Christ. Not 100%, but close.
Well, the Romans wrote about him. The
Yeah.
conquest of Jerusalem in 70 AD. They
Yeah.
captured one guy.
Well, there's two. All historians, including atheist or secular historians, will agree on 2 points: that he was baptized by John the Baptist, and his crucifixion by Polonius or Pilate. I can't think of it. The Roman dude.
Yeah, I can't think. I'm
I've
bad
got
with
it.
Latin.
Yeah. But either way, those 2 points are like almost unanimous through all of history. Like he was definitely a person. But yeah, we definitely won't be getting into
There,
like all the supernatural shit about him.
yeah, it's all embellishment throughout the ages.
Mm-hmm.
Because the New Testament was written 200 years after his death, so nobody who wrote about him actually knew him.
Right. Yeah, well, that's the case with almost all religion. In my experience, most of the time it's like 50 to or 100 plus years after the events.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
then all,
even the Bible, it's put together from fragments of old texts.
yeah,
Like they don't even have most of the text to even form most of the sentences. They just kind of fill in the blank.
right. You don't have to resist urges if you're just in chat. You can say whatever you want in chat. What is the kryptonite of atheists? I am intrigued by this one. I'm sure it'll be nothing because it always is.
Well, I'm sure atheists, each one, it's individual because if one has a lot of things or one's a collector of things, losing that is their biggest fear.
Say that again.
Like atheists tend to be more, some of them like collectors and things like that. They would be more worried about their objects, their
Oh
possessions
yeah, yeah,
versus that's what their biggest probably fears would be.
right.
Loss.
Proof of God would not be a fear of mine because, as someone who thinks, like, I don't put identity into being an atheist, I would simply change my mind. That's how science works. Give me
Well,
evidence and I become a God believer. I want that don't mean I'll become a worshiper though.
yeah, it's not like we go around thinking, "Oh, God didn't do this." Like it's not like, "Aha, God didn't do that." Ah,
Yeah, I know. I think that's how a lot of theists, so I won't say all, but I think a lot of them think that about us. And I'm like, you got it so strange. Like, why is it so hard to understand? It's like almost everyone is an atheist, but we don't talk about it because it's not necessary. It's the same
Well,
thing. It's the lack of a belief. It's not like part of our identity.
they walk around attributing everything to God. Why is my day good? God. Why is this, all this great?
Right.
God. And we don't do that at all. We just be like, "Oh, it's a nice day. Oh, wow, this is nice. It's good it's good to have this." I mean,
True.
we don't.
Well, I'll say that's a case for many, but not all of them do that. Like there are some that are sort of in between. Like I would say Rash is kind of in between. He believes in God, but he also denotes science separately and doesn't necessarily automatically go like kind of what you were saying, like ultra simplistic, I guess.
Well, Islam is more science. Like they're more about the sciences and the mathematics.
Right.
Where
Yeah.
Christianity is just about more of the dogma and the bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, Christianity doesn't really contribute much. I mean, yeah, the Big Bang Theory, but I mean, that was more Catholicism, not even Christianity, the watered down Catholicism.
Even then, just like all of science, the origin wasn't nearly as significant as what we've posited since then. There's been so many different formulations of theories after the Big Bang was first established. Like
That's why I like the Big Crunch.
that's probably my favorite. It's that it's a cyclical model. The reason
Yep,
why I like it is because it
infinite.
literally, it ties all the problems that atheists have. It just gets rid of all of them. Like there's the contingency argument that I think is actually a fairly good argument for theists because everything has to be cause and effect because that's all we can see. Everything is related to something. There's an implication or a necessary contingency to anything. It'll be like, uh, whatever we can see has an action or a something that precedes it. So
Oh
if
yeah.
you follow this back, it's going to cause an infinite regress because uh, sooner or later you get back to the Big Bang, and then we go, how was the Big Bang caused? And there is no answer to that, but it doesn't mean there isn't a cause. But that's the theist argument. And so, but if there's a cyclical model, that's not necessarily true because it's just infinite. It always goes. And energy in this case becomes the infinite thing that does not require anything else.
It all just breaks down, collapses in on itself, and then all that pressure and all that energy from the compaction of itself restarts the whole process. Bang, boom.
Right. And well, energy generally would be the substance that is always, because it's all energy. It's just changing form. Whether
Yeah. Entropy.
yeah. Yeah. Well, and
I was trying to
whatever the
think of that
opposite
word
of that
so
is.
fucking long there.
I can never think of entropy. That's one of the words that always get that my brain
It
gets
eludes
stuck
me.
on. To me, it's usually words that aren't even that big. It's just certain words I can't think of, and I don't know why. They won't come to my brain. It's weird. The problem with atheists. That's what always cracked me up. What Mal brought up.
Yeah, we
Christians
don't believe in
believe.
Satan.
Yeah, exactly. But Christians are always like in the '90s. There was the Satanic Panic. I think that was the '90s. Maybe it was before that.
80s.
Oh, okay.
It was
But
Reagan.
but it's so I'm like, dude, we don't believe in Satan, you stupid motherfuckers. Like, like why is
That's like
this
the
so hard?
Dungeons and Dragons. They thought I was teaching our
Yeah,
kids witchcraft and everything. It's like, you simple
yeah,
motherfuckers. It's teaching you how to role play.
it's hilarious. Well, they fear what they don't understand, and they were like so conservative that no one would look into it because they actually believed that it was like satanic.
Yeah, that's where trying to be blissfully ignorant of things backfires because you don't actually understand what you're anti.
Yeah. I actually do the opposite. I try to like understand the position of the person on the other side because maybe I'll be wrong. Like maybe they're right. And so I can't know until I look into it.
That's why I usually
Unless
was
it's
pretty
just
open-minded.
crazy. Within reason. I think it's possible to be too open minded, but
Yeah. Don't go sticking like a big old giant dildo up your ass and be like, oh yeah, I want to try, and
yeah. But
be
I,
sure
I
what the
agree.
things you're doing.
Right.
Oh my God, what was that thing that lady got stuck up her thing, Amber?
What?
Show me this video. This lady's got a honey dipper, like a little honey pot dipper thing. She must
What
have been
the
playing with it.
hell?
She got stuck up there and she can't get it out. She was there in the shower, jumping up and down, trying to get it to come out.
What is this like a famous thing or something that happened?
No, just women sticking things up there and regretting it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you should learn from other people before you have to deal.
That's why everybody's told the hot dog story about the girl sticking the hot dog up there and losing it. Because that can happen to you. Nobody wants a rotten hot dog stuck inside of them.
I heard it the same deal, but it was a carrot for me, and it was a specific girl that rode our bus, and it got around the whole school that she had a carrot stuck in there, and she caught hell for that.
Yep, I remember there was always a hot dog girl. Every school I went to, there was a girl supposed to stuck a hot dog. Frozen one.
Hilarious. I don't know what the hell that would do. Most hot dogs are really thin.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't mess around with my food like that.
You
I
need
go in
to
my mouth
use
towards
like
this.
you need a huge fucking kielbasa sausage or something.
Yeah, there you're going. Or no, I'm thinking like a big old summer sausage. When it's in a skin, it's not gonna break off.
That's
You're just
true.
gonna lose grip on it.
And the skin is like pre-lubed. It's like oily.
Yep.
It's like
There
ready
you
to go. So did you hear
Oh man.
about Iran?
Yep.
I'm sure you have. We're going to
Tel
war.
Aviv. Yep.
They haven't said it yet, but like that Trump greenlit it because we pulled out all of our fucking people before it happened.
All the things are emotion. It's just everything's in the dark especially because of Pete Hegseth and all his dumbassery.
Yeah. He's like the most fucking inept person for that job. What the fuck?
Well, especially violating posse comitatus, like him sending Marines to police civilians is a violation of that act. That
Yep.
was an act from 1887 that prohibits any branch of the military except the National Guard from patrolling the streets, unless that enacted by Congress.
Also, Trump even jumping over the governor and bringing the National Guard in the first place. Originally, I thought that it was legal, just fucked up, but apparently it's illegal. I thought that he could do it. It's just kind of unheard of. But I think the court said that he couldn't, so he's
Well, in
appealed it.
this case, it's opposite because usually it's to protect protesters from the police, but this
Right.
time it's the opposite.
Okay, that
To
makes sense.
protect the police from the protesters.
Yeah, it's
All
weird.
right, I'll be back in a minute. I got it.
Okay, you're good. Normally, it's the other way around in my experience. I talk about religion when other people bring up religion, not the other way around. It's strange because then, like, at least in my experience, religious people claim that I'm bringing shit up and they're like, why are you bringing it up? And I'm like, I didn't, you did. Like, it makes no sense. Although it really depends on what we're talking about. Sometimes I'll bring it up if I feel like whatever conversation I'm in, it relates to it. But that just makes sense. But very seldom do I just pop it out of fucking nowhere. These men are highly evolved in their intellect. Conversation about these subject matter and go on for a long time. I don't know anything about the history of the Buddha. He died eating rotten food. Who are you, Dillweed McCool? I don't know who you are. But if you are either Walter or Ian, then yes, you've been muted permanently. And to be fair, I gave like both of you insane amounts of fucking chances before I'm like, okay, this is a waste of my time. Like, I'm not gonna keep debating over and over in text. Zwirl, I haven't blocked you at all on any account. The
I
only
like Zach. He's just
yeah,
strange.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where that came from. You're not blocked. You've never been blocked. The only two people that I've ever done anything to, at least on this channel, is Ian and Walter. You don't know them. All you need to know is it's not you.
Walter's a zealot.
Yeah, he's weird in that he tries
Fanatic.
to present himself as like a centrist, and he'll even say like, I'm more left than you are. Like, not that I care. It's not like a comparison. I just wonder why he does that. Does he think I'm not going to take him seriously if he's like a hardcore right winger? Because he is.
I think that's what always bothers me with people is they always say they're this, that, and everything else, but it's like I see right through all these things. It's like, no, you're not any of those things. So then I just look at them as they're a liar.
Well, so it depends. So sometimes they're what I'm describing, and it's like I feel like they're trying to manipulate me to thinking they're not what I see them as. But sometimes people have this weird like non-awareness where they can't see what they are. Like they think they're something and they're something entirely different. if that makes sense.
Delusional.
Yes, and I've seen both of those. We can learn from one another if we place our own views aside and consider other opinions.
Well,
True.
that's the biggest thing is do you think about other people's thoughts, or do you consider other people's feelings and such, where you go out of your way to maybe do things for them and so on versus just yourself? Where a lot of people are
Yes,
very self-focused.
but I still stand by what I said before within reason. If
Yeah.
someone just brings up some absolute crazy, insane shit, I'm not going to go that open minded. That is like, there are certain things that you put a pin in and you don't pursue that shit,
Well,
in
I,
my
I
opinion.
can entertain funny ideas like concepts and theories like aliens and all that shit. I can entertain it, but I know
Yeah.
in reality what I know is concrete and fact.
Yes. I'm similar. And I've tried to do a little better with conspiracy theories because, in all honesty, there are conspiracies that are legitimate. But the problem is for every real one, there's like 10 fake ones. So,
Well,
like,
exactly. That's the reason they let them go too.
yeah. But I try to give it time, but it depends on what it is. Some of them just fucking like, I can't do it. I try.
Oh, come on! You don't believe birds are real, do you, man? Come on.
Sometimes they'll people will like say this shit like, man, I'm completely with you. Fucking Christians, am I right? They believe in magical fairies and like with wings, and then like next breath they stop, and then dead serious they're like, dude, let me show you how to do Wicca. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, dude.
Every Christian I've met believes different shit. Like none of them are consistent, unless you meet like the Amish, where they always like
Yeah.
really practice.
Yeah. Zach, it's taken some time to load you in. There you are.
You have holy water. You bless the water before you
Oh, I
go,
hear
Mal.
robots. How do
Robots?
Oh, they're coming for you, Zach. Skynet is taking over.
how am I? I'm not sure if it's clouds. What's the visual? It's dark. How do I sound?
You sound
You look like a
fine.
shadow.
It's a little darkish, but like I can make out your face. About to
Well, I
start
guess
fapping.
if the police saw you, they'd pull you
Oh,
over. That's for sure.
not sure if I can. There might be too many clouds. There's thunder clouds. It comes through like Transformers, kind of the way everybody's voice sounds. It's broken a little bit. Can you hear
You
me?
sound fine to us.
Can you hear me now?
All
I've,
right,
I've
Verizon guy.
I've been
Oh,
able to
well,
hear
I
you the
wanted
whole
to say
time.
hello. Hi,
Hello.
Dadwin. Hi,
Howdy,
Trogs.
howdy.
I might not be able to do this. Oh, that's too bad. I kind of
See an
wanted to
ear
be there.
or something.
Hi.
I think that's an ear. Oh,
Looks like he lost connection or he's losing. Like for me, it's like a round loading
yep.
thing.
Buffering.
What does that? So that's what that means. I don't see it even
Yeah.
with like Rash when he has a bad connection. Why does that happen?
I bet I'm gonna see him in the next Bigfoot video.
What?
I'm hooked on those stupid Bigfoot videos. They're so stupid, but they're hilarious.
Is it like a joke?
Yeah, that one I put in religion down there. That one, he's like tried to milk a porcupine last night. Mistakes were made,
I hadn't seen it.
and then it's about him like being chased by porcupines and then spooning a beaver.
Damn. The stream
They're
cut
good.
out
It's
on me.
AI.
Oh, I still haven't fucked with it. That's probably why I posted that video recently about the the military junta leader, the African dude. I should have known that it was an AI video because he sounded like perfect English. And it was like all fake, but there's a lot of places playing that video and passing it off as real. Like I don't know what to look for. I haven't really investigated AI really.
You should play one of those videos I put up in the tech one. I was like, nobody's gonna trust anything here in the future soon or something like that. because it's like news reporters interviewing people in the history, like Vikings. So, hey, how you doing today? Oh, I'm sharpening my axe and shit. Like but it looks real. All of it. It's fucked up.
Well, that's exactly what's going to happen. In fact, it'll happen to me, and I'm not happy about it. Like, to me, it matters to be able to tell. Like, I already go through trouble to source check shit, right? And that's a pain in the ass because there's a lot of bullshit out there. Like, now it's going to be even worse. Like, how are you going to know what's fucking legit and what's not?
Well, that's the biggest worry, is just nobody's going to trust anything because it all seems fake or real or whatever. You don't know.
And do you know who's going to win in that situation?
Big
Fascists
AI.
like Trump. Well,
Yep.
see, they do best when they can just pass all the legit stuff off as bullshit and sell bullshit as fact. And
Well, did
I
you
don't-
hear about Palantir?
I don't know. What about it?
It's a company Trump's hiring to collect data on all Americans.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah,
he
yeah.
can target them.
I've heard about that. But so there's a lot of things. There's
I came back in. Can you hear me?
yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Can you hear
You're
me?
fine. Yes.
I thought the
Okay.
Bigfoot got you.
I want to join the discussion, but there's thunderclouds. I can't talk. So maybe another time.
All right,
You
man.
hear AC/DC in your head.
Sweet. Awesome. Good to see you guys. Have a
You too,
good
man.
evening. Bye.
Take it
Have a
easy.
good weekend, man.
I've actually got the same thing going on here. There's a thunderstorm in the background. There's a small chance that it'll cut my power, but unlikely. If I suddenly shut down, that's
Can you
what
still hear
happened.
me?
Yes. Do you want me to remove you?
I can't even leave. The button won't even let me leave. I pressed it 3 times.
I'll
Right,
get
man,
you.
You're stuck.
I'll get you.
Oh, he's
I just
gone
don't.
now.
I don't like doing that because, like, if it's not when they were ready to leave, it's like really fucking rude.
You know what? Oh, I just had a perfect idea. So anytime you kick somebody, it'd be great if a graphic came up of like Spartacus, or not Spartacus, 300 when he's kicking a guy in the hole, but with your head on it.
When you said Spartacus, I already knew where you were going with that, even though you didn't mean it. Like, that's the first thing that comes to mind. This is Sparta.
Yeah, but like use AI to put your head on it.
It would happen so seldom. It would take too much effort to make that meme because, like, I never kick people.
Well, I don't know how to upload it, but all you'd have to do is probably put a picture of you and be like, "Hey, put me on," or in the gift, but like, "Hey, put my face on that."
It's that simple. Like, AI is
It's
doing
in
it.
there.
Like, all you gotta have to do is tell it shit.
Yep, that's all it is prompting.
Damn.
Hey, make me this. Write me code for this. Hey, can you do this? Tell me
I
how
bet
to do this.
I bet it's destroyed my original fucking major than web graphic design. I bet that's gone.
Oh, that's
now.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's anything video creation, graphical design, writing, stock market, here soon medical, anything medical billing is going to be going in just all that kind of fields.
Oh yeah,
Any
I'm
kind of
sure
billing,
anything
sales, automated
billing
call.
or accountant or answering phone type shit. I'm sure that
Yep.
stuff's out the window.
Yep, it's passing the Turing test, no problems now.
What's
So
that again? It has to do with like gauging AI intelligence.
When you can talk to a robot and you can't tell if you're talking to a robot or not in return.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Oh,
it
okay.
it talks and communicates just like it's another human, basically, or if not better.
So it's like a set of things that's gauged to tell that that's the case. That
Yeah,
you can't. Okay, I gotcha. So we're already past the Turing test, is what you're saying?
yeah, we're
Damn.
going really fast. Yeah, I mean, when the AI happened, they always said it was going to be, I mean, snaps of the finger quick,
Oh,
leaps and bounds every day, every week.
it's crazy.
It's kind of weird that it's coalescing with Trump's fascist uprising, though. It's kind of weird that they're running side by side like this parallel.
I wonder if it's. I wonder if there's any intention behind it, because isn't Peter Thiel the dude behind Palantir?
Sounds familiar.
Peter Thiel is like the real. A lot of people say he's the actual mastermind behind like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, all of these like right wing people. He's like the rich dude, but he stays in the background.
Most of them
And
do. They don't want to be known because
yes,
then it makes them a target.
right. And that's how he is. Other than this one episode where he comes on, I think who's that guy? I can't think of the show, but he came on some show, Piers Morgan, I believe, and he was sweating like crazy. And it was after the United Healthcare assassination, and
Oh,
they
okay.
were asking him about it, and he's sweating like crazy. He can't even put words together. He's like, um, I don't, and he's like, he can't even get a word out. But that was the only time I've ever seen Peter Thiel on camera.
Well, that's what they mostly fear is the rabble uprising.
If that had caught on and like it became a big snowball effect where people rallied behind dude, I can't remember his name now.
Luigi,
Yeah. If they had rallied
Mangione, or something
behind
like
him,
that.
yeah, it was Mangione. But if that had happened, oh geez, they would be fucking shitting in their
That's
pants.
why the media, as soon as they caught on how the people were reacting, they went silent on it.
Yep. Mainstream media is such bullshitters, and just like Kyle from Secular Talk said, I completely agree with him. We're getting ready to see this mass of every mainstream media, including the left. All of them are going to claim that Israel was basically a victim, and that they had, even though they were offensively made the first move against Iran, they're going to claim that they were targeting nuclear weapons when they don't have any.
They already were claiming days before that they're vacating U.S. bases because they're expecting an Iranian attack. So they were preparing, like saying that they were going to get attacked before.
Yes, but the thing is they did that so that they would have an excuse
Preemptively.
Yes, there's not been even one time where there's been a tiny shred of evidence that Iran is like getting close.
They know they're outmatched. So I mean,
yeah,
why?
they wouldn't do it. And personally, so this whole thing I haven't liked anyway. The nuclear, the way we look at nuclear weapons. Israel, it's not a secret. Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel, in my opinion, is the most dangerous country in that region to other people. So we're at a point where the only way you're safe is to have nuclear weapons. That's why North Korea jumped in and was like, we have to get them now or we're fucked. Because we've proven that every time that we push nuclear non-proliferation and shit and make them abide by the terms, we go invade their ass.
Yep.
And so that's what we're telling the world. Like, you need nukes.
Well, until AI comes along, and then it's going to create an operating system that takes over every single device we own, everything, and we're all going to become basically servants to the AI. It's going to be smarter than all the leaders. It's going to dupe every one of them. They think they're smarter than the AI, but the AI is just playing them.
Well, the question is, what would cause the AI to do that? Like, it would need desire, which is like
I think it's going to rationalize that. Just like you take care of animals, you're not cruel to them. You know, you treat them with respect and stuff. We give them basic things. Just like we provide animals in a zoo the best care we can. I think it's going to treat us just like animals and give us the best care it can, but balance it out for everyone.
Is Mal having issues or something? Mal said like a couple of minutes.
It's late for him. So let me see, what time is it? So he's 5 hours ahead of us.
Oh, well, it's perfectly cool if he has to go, but he said T-Robs fell asleep.
Almost. Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. for him.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yep, I got the time zones down pretty good. Pretty much you can say where you're in the world, and I can pretty much pinpoint the time.
Damn. I can't even come close.
I figured it's a useful habit to have, talking with people from around the world.
It is if you do it pretty frequently. Like, even if I tried to...
what time it is.
I don't think I could do it even if I put effort into it. My memory is too shitty.
It's just remember adding or subtracting from your time. Like Rash is
Right.
half of our time, so Rash is 12 hours from us. So if it's
Right.
8:43 here, so it's 8:43 a.m. for him.
Right. It's not hard with one. The problem is memorization. Like you have to keep track of Rash's 12 hours and then whoever, like I can't do it. I can only hold like a very short thing, like list of at least short-term memory things.
It helps if you have good knowledge of geography.
Right. I do not at all. Like you can probably picture like Italy. You can probably picture it on a map right now and
Yep.
like tell roughly what's around it. I can't do it. Like I suck at geography.
That's where Total War really came in helpful for me. I mean, you really learn it playing as all the different countries.
That makes sense. I didn't get into many of the earlier, like historically accurate Total Wars.
Oh yeah, I'm sure if I knew the locations in Warhammer, you'd know them.
Yes, those I know, I think by now, but I don't know if I don't know. That's hard. Even though I played the shit out of it, my memory's pretty bad.
I'm bad with names, period. Like street names, names of like things, people, horrible. Albums, like especially like bands, like uh titles for their songs.
Right.
Horrible at remembering those.
So I'm gonna guess that where it's probably gonna be like, well, for sure, we're going to war. Um, that's my guesstimation. Is the entire thing was Trump made a deal with Netanyahu behind closed doors, which is why all of the American troops evacuated beforehand because they were given Trump gave him the green light. He basically
Trump
said,
wants
"Oh yeah,
to use more emergency powers. He wants access to everything.
yes," and that's what concerns me is because it lines up perfectly. He did what he did. He even like fucking brought in Marines. He's trying. I think like early on, I was saying that he's throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks, so that he can test the limits of our democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that. But now he's really pushing. He
Well, they
wants
got a
to see
playbook
how
this
far.
time. This is
That's
Project
true.
2025. I mean, it's all laid out there exactly what he's going to
Yep.
do.
Yep.
That's
And
how
there's
Kamala Harris is calling his shots because she read it.
yeah. And well, there's still people that are stupid that won't pay attention that are like, yeah, you guys thought he was part of Project 2025, and I'm like, yeah. Have you looked at it? Have you looked at what he's done? Hello, Rash.
Well, I told
guys.
Rash, dude, hey, Rash, they're going for the temple. They're going to come for the Temple Mount. They're going to push Iran back, and then Israel's going to take the Temple Mount and push the rest of Palestine down.
I could see that. I was doing some research earlier on the Pakistan and India conflict or something, and apparently what was that group of people that was right? It was like in between Pakistan and India.
Rohingya?
No, if you said it, I'd know it.
Not the Rohingya. Rohingya?
I don't
They're
think
like
so.
monks. There was like a group of monks between the both of them.
This is a country, or at least it used to be, and they were a group of people, and they were primarily Muslim. And whatever, like supposedly they committed massive like atrocities against the Indian people. But I was checking into that earlier. I can't remember it, of course, because I can't remember anything.
I think we should do more like China and India do. Just have a big neutral zone. It's a border zone. No weapons are allowed, and the guards there, they just every now and then they just get into big brawls. They just go beat the fuck out of each other with their fists, and then they all go back to their barracks and wait another day.
And nobody dies. It
Exactly.
works. It works.
Hey, you get your aggressions out, but nobody, severely hurt.
Makes sense. I've been on a kick lately about learning about the human psychology and warfare, and it is really concerning the extent of it. Every single conflict, every single side, even the ones we're told that we're the good guys, They've all raped and killed and fucking been doing some fucked up shit. Every single one throughout
Every
history.
army except for like Romans have pretty much done that. I mean,
Why?
Romans have
Why?
done it.
So that's what I'm curious about. What makes people lose all sense of morality? Is it
Become an
get
animal
they
primal.
get fucked up by war?
Hmm.
So it like fucks them up and they just don't
You
care
don't know
anymore?
if tomorrow's going to be your last day or not. You don't know if the next minute's going to be here or not. Do everything excess that you can.
I guess that makes sense. But yeah, but oftentimes this happens in the face of victory. Like they call it the spoils of war. Like they go on
Greedy.
these rape sprees after they've won. Like we did it to Germans in World War II, but not nearly as bad as the Russians did.
But the Japanese did it to the Chinese
Yeah, well,
horribly.
everybody did it to everybody, I think. I don't think there's an example of a war where it didn't happen.
I mean, the Romans didn't all the time. It was just if you really pissed them off, they would just be like, "Yeah, man, just do whatever you want." They would rape everybody.
It's fucking crazy.
The Romans usually gave you a choice. They came walking up with their army, would knock on your door and be like, "Hey, let us in. We'll settle this like men."
What did
They
they
just have
do?
to
They
break the door down. We're gonna kill every one of you. And then most of the time, all the Romans had to freaking break the door down.
what was the settle like men like? You would like fight?
Come to terms and just
Oh,
make deals like men, like grown men.
okay, I
Boys
see.
fight, grown men make deals.
A vaccine that removes spirituality. That sounds like some fake stuff to me. Spirituality isn't like a genetic thing.
Yeah, it's not like a trait we have.
What the hell?
You have
I mean,
consciousness, which people confuse the word soul and consciousness. Like
mhm,
the word soul comes from the Greek word psyche, which they derive the word psyche from, which the psyche is nothing more than consciousness.
right. So the way I understand it, the soul can be like the seat of consciousness, but it's not synonymous. It's not consciousness itself.
Take
And
it easy, Andy. Mao.
yeah, take it easy, guys. But yeah, I've never like I take it the same as anything. I don't shit on anything just for the hell of it. But if there's no evidence to support it, I see no reason in taking it seriously. And I've never seen any evidence to lead me to believe that there is a soul at all.
Well, I used to bring it up back in the past, but it just got me nowhere with people. It was just more ostracizing me away from people because they're all theists, and
Yeah,
it's just like whatever. I'm wasting my time because you ain't gonna really change anybody's minds. They gotta come to the conclusion themselves.
that's true. Well, I think it depends on the person. I would say for 90% of people, what you just said is absolutely true. There's like a small subset of people that you can have a conversation with, and you can talk about it, and you can even disagree, and it's fine. But there's also like a mutual respect and intellectual honesty and shit.
I've had that with a few people, but mostly stoned off my, both pretty stoned. It helps. I mean, I think weed should have been. I mean, it's stupid. It was made illegal, but we'd have a lot more pacifist people because weed makes you a pacifist. That's why they were against it. We were during the Vietnam War, and they wanted everybody to be up in arms, ready to go fight, and it was just making everybody not wanting to fight.
Yeah, that's why they gave him acid.
That's why I gave him what?
Acid.
Oh,
LSD.
They wanted to see if it was good for combat using it.
it makes sense.
Combat drug.
Wasn't meth like one of the best for combat, like used with the Germans and shit?
I can't think of the word. Yeah.
Methamphetamine.
Yeah, methamphetamines.
I think
Yeah,
that's where
amphetamine.
it originated, isn't it?
Yeah, Hitler was on them. They were making drugs for the soldiers because they wanted to make super soldiers.
Well, it kind of worked because meth. Have you ever fought somebody on meth? They're like invincible, dude. Like you can't hurt
and
them.
they don't sleep. They don't sleep for like 7 days.
Mm-hmm. I'll never forget. I went to a party back in the day and fucking swung a 9-iron into the side of a dude's face that was on meth, and it's like I could have been in prison because I might have killed him, but it's like nothing. And I won't lie, I ran like a motherfucker. I ran like a bitch.
Yeah,
Like,
you gotta know when to
I
cut
do
it and
not
run.
feel weak. I do not feel like I'm a bitch or a pussy. That motherfucker took a fucking 9-iron to the side of the face, and it was nothing.
Well,
I'm
I think there's
gone.
another misconception. So, like in history, whenever we did like pitched battles where you had one army fighting another army,
Hmm.
most of the time, most of the men left. Not most of the people didn't die on one side or the other. Like they would fight until the morale on one side would break, and then they would run away.
Right.
Now, if they're unlucky, they got arrows in their ass.
I think I would do that if I thought there was a high likelihood of a repeat battle. You don't want there to be like people to regroup and then come back.
What if you run them down? But a lot of times, I mean, your men are already tired. You're already standing there all
Oh,
day.
it makes sense because back then you didn't have vehicles and shit.
Well, not
Like,
until horses, really.
right.
Because horses weren't even big. I mean, at first they were more of a luxury to have. Depending where you are, the Macedonians, they were closer to the steppes where they had more access to the horsemen.
It probably gave them an edge.
Oh yeah, big time. When you can, so you'd have your hammer and anvil basically. So your line of troops, that's your anvil. So you march those up and get the other troops to march into those, and then you bring your hammer, your horse, your cavalry up around the back, and then hit them right in the back, smashing them into the anvil.
Makes sense. Works in Warhammer. It probably works in reality.
Oh yeah.
Warhammer had it set up to where it was fairly realistic to what you would expect. Not perfectly, but fairly.
I hate when it gets a bunch of monsters. I gotta be like, oh jeez, how do I go about this shit? And it's just these monsters are gonna fuck all my lines up, everything. There's no way to really control them because they just drag right through everything.
Right. It wasn't like spearmen like a decent counter because horses couldn't like penetrate.
Well, the phalanx, yeah, but I always thought you meant Total War when they use
Oh no,
monsters,
no,
like
no,
any
no, no.
hydras, but yeah, like
Uh,
elephants, like Alexander when he fought elephants, they
right.
fucked them up.
So it makes sense in Warhammer, but I was thinking more of like a historical, like the reality, because I don't know much about history. But
Elephants are a big advantage to have. I mean, they're just
they can take a
they,
lot
they,
of damage.
well, if the horses aren't used to them, the smell of the elephant shit actually makes the horses all scared because they don't know what it is, and it makes them all spooked, and they
Hmm.
don't do what they're supposed to do a lot of times.
Makes sense.
And then also just elephants charging into your lines just devastate things.
Was arrows like dangerous to them, or is that just a Warhammer thing?
Arrows, not really.
Hmm.
Crossbows, if they had crossbows, but I mean, that was until later periods.
Right.
Spears, now that's really what's going to get them. Spear is the number one weapon throughout history.
That's what I've heard. That we in Hollywoodified swords, but swords were actually pretty weak. Like they were rarely used. At least
It got
that's
the
what
enemy
I've
too
heard.
close to you. You wanted to
Yeah,
keep the enemy as far away from you as possible.
it makes sense. But still, I've watched too much Hollywood, so when I think of dressing up like as a knight or something, I have a sword, even though it's less useful.
Yeah, if you're a knight, more likely you had like a big pole hammer. So it'd be like a big long hammer on a really long staff, and then you just wallop the shit out of people with that.
It would make sense that like smashing or type shit would be good against armor.
Yeah, because I mean, you just basically want to turn everything inside the armor into jelly,
Right. I would
breaking
like
their arms and everything.
if I ever do fucking whatever that shit's called, that real fucking like night battle shit.
Oh, I seen that. I want to do that actually, but oh yeah, I don't want my cranium cracked.
I'm not very large, but I would like to just to see what I could do. Um, Mine would be finesse versus power because I'm more of a finesse type person. But like, I think I would, even though it wouldn't be my best for my style, I would like to have like a warhammer or some sort of a fucking blunt object.
Oh well, Warhammer.
Yep. I just like the idea. It's probably because of Warhammer that I like it. Like the idea of like a bald fucking like priest of Sigmar with like a small Warhammer.
Yeah, I do see it now. You do kind of make me think of that guy now. can't think of his name, but he has a big old chariot and everything.
Well, not just that. Most of the priests that he's like the high priest, but most of the priests were also just bald dudes that had a hammer.
Or that Kislev guy, but it's the Orthodoxy.
That crazy fucker.
Yeah, that's more you.
I can't remember his name.
That's Stolten or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Sorry to bring it to religion. But weren't there like warrior priests and they would use maces because they're not allowed to draw blood? Wasn't there something like that going on somewhere?
In
Possibly.
reality or Warhammer?
Yeah, in reality.
I don't
There's
know.
like, we're a priest, we're not allowed to draw blood, but we'll use a mace and we can beat you to death with it without drawing blood.
Oh, I still draw blood. You like hit somebody
I
in the face.
know it would, but that's what I heard about. I don't know, medieval times or something like that.
Maybe
I
they
know about the
wanted less
flatulence.
blood.
Well, the flatulence will go around beating themselves until they bled.
The hell?
Oh yeah, they do the Shia do that as well, and the Catholics in the Philippines do that.
Oh, did you ever see those guys that nail themselves to the cross? Oh,
Yep.
No.
Oh, it's shit's just they literally like they sit there and scream in pain and everything as they're being nailed to a cross and then be
Are-
stood up and everything.
Are they Christians doing it for religious
Yeah.
reasons?
Yeah, they're
Dude,
fanatics.
that's freaking crazy.
Yep.
I mean, I can
That makes-
see it, but damn.
Well, they're like celebrities. They do it every year.
And they're the same people?
Yeah. The same guy will do it every year. And
Man.
I think how it works is they get scars in their hands, right, from the nails that go in. And then the
Mhm.
next year, they just put the nail through the scar tissue. And it's actually a magician's trick that they used to use. You know those guys who'd stab themselves and see, I don't bleed because I'm a
Mhm.
magician? They'd
Yeah.
actually get themselves stabbed in a place that doesn't hit any organs. They heal up, and it's got scar tissue, and they always stab themselves again in that same spot for their magical trick. And that's how they got away with it. That's how that works.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's still
Like
crazy,
getting
though.
your ear
Oh.
pierced, but it's your hands.
I
Is there
pierce
a
my
s-
hands without.
There's got to be a tiny little area in your hands that don't have bones or anything important. Like, you have to be fucking really good at knowing what you're doing.
Yeah, fuck all that shit. That's just
That one-
You've seen the prestige. You have to have dedication to the cause.
yeah.
I've
I
got
don't think that kind of
dedication to my FAP game, and that would destroy my FAP game.
Oh yeah, right. You'd all of a sudden go right through your hole in your hand. You'd be like, ah, god damn it.
That's a good thing to put a hole in your hand, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he wouldn't leave his room then, and once he figured that out, he'd just lube up his hole in his hand.
It would have to be damn big. Hell no, I would end up fucking something up.
The ultimate hand job.
I think the Iran thing is a really big deal, though. I don't like the mainstream media is kind of just like I said. They're trying to paint it like they always do, as if Israel's like not necessarily a victim, but like they're really the good guys in this case when they're not. And
Most people are.
I am not an Iran fan. I'm not trying to say Iran is great, but they are 100% in the right in this situation. They were not a threat to anyone. They weren't threatening anyone. Israel made the first attack, 100%. Like, there's no, you can't make a case against it. And
I don't know. I'm more on the side of Iran is nearly always 100% right. And I'm Sunni. They're Shia. I'm supposed to hate them, but I think they're more moral than a lot of the Sunni countries. So
really,
They know
Yeah.
they're outmatched. They can't win. This
Yeah.
would be a war of attrition. They're in, like, okay, so how Iran is, it's mountains all the way around it. It's like the cities are all in a dome basically, and it's all mountains around it. So you can't really just invade them from anywhere. You have to come in through just a few different places and through canyons and it'd just be them holding down that area.
Is there like tunnels and shit like there was in like Afghanistan and Iraq?
Oh yeah, it would be just mountain bases and fortifications everywhere, and it'd just be
Yeah,
this long, drawn out,
and they
endless.
have more power than either Iraq or Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, because they've been funding China and Russian militaries with drones and
Yep.
Shahed drones and so on.
Yep, this is going to be another endless fucking war that's going to be a waste of taxpayer money.
Well, it's gonna be if you go get your stocks in Raytheon and Boeing and all these guys.
I could, and it would be smart, but I refuse to fucking help that shit.
Yeah,
I
moral.
refuse. I mean,
Morality.
it 100% would be a smart move because you know they're fucking going to be banging in serious bucks.
Yep.
I can't do it. I think it should be fucking outlawed. The whole fucking thing, especially
The prevailing
lobbying.
wage, the markup on just what we pay just
Mhm.
because the military bought it.
Yep. Like, if shit worked the way it should, then the first time that we've not had a passing audit on the military, shit should have been stripped down. Fucking, they should have like been put through the ringer until we found every fucking penny. And instead, it's just like shrug. Now it's normal because like every year we fail. So now it's like, oh well, we failed the audit again. Like it should be taken very fucking seriously. It means we're getting fucked.
It's about to all fall apart. Like, do you ever notice, like, when you go to a factory, when it was run, say, back in the 70s, that was 70s, 80s kind of when everything peaked.
Mhm.
Everything was ran efficient. Everybody was good at their jobs. They didn't get distracted.
Mhm.
And everything seemed to run really good. And the more since then, we've just gone kind of downhill in
Mhm.
everything, filing, keeping track of things, making sure things run right. So nobody gives a fuck anymore.
True.
Anyway, the thing with Iran is it proves that sanctions don't work. I mean, they're doing fine.
Yeah, they're
That's
just agreements.
that's true. Well, it could have worked maybe 10 to 20 years ago, because when the United States actually was dominant economically and they kind of made everybody bow to the
Yeah.
dollar, then it could have worked. But after, like even Russia, they're doing surprisingly well, considering how hard we fucked them through sanctions. Like it doesn't work anymore because the dollar is no longer the fucking major. I mean, it's still probably the major player, if not.
But what helps Russia is it's so big, so it has a lot of
Yeah,
resources on its own territory, so it can improvise.
that's true. And also, I mean, it's the same as anywhere. If the whole world doesn't like agree, like for instance, China picked up almost all of our slack whenever we made sanctions, even with Europe. And all Russia did is just change lanes and they decided to trade those same fucking things with China instead of them. They lost nothing.
I think there's a lot of money from Europe and so on that helped fund Trump because they knew Trump would destroy America. So therefore, by destroying America, it sets up for the Belt and Road Initiative, which
Mm-hmm.
is setting up a European trade network with China, where everything can just be shipped back and forth to China, and it would actually probably make their economy boom like it did America, and then cut America out of it.
I could see that. Well, that's happening either way. Like
Yeah,
I think
definitely
at this
now.
point there's no going back. There, even if we've tried everything we could, there's no stopping it.
Well, the contracts are already in. Farmers are already growing new crops for these new
Yeah.
contracts, and China's going to get a better and cheaper deal.
Yep. And they're not going to go back because we get a better president that's not an idiot. Like it's going to
Yep.
be too late.
Yep, farming's done in America. You're going to see the price of farms tank into nothing.
Yep.
Which I mean,
And
it's good if you want to buy them up.
it's also ironic because those are some of Trump's biggest supporters.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people think these farmers have a lot of money. They don't. They have a lot of debt.
Mm-hmm.
So each season they're paying like $200,000-$300,000 for the different tractors, combines, all their seed, fertilizer.
Makes sense. And well, we exported a shit ton, especially what was our biggest soy? No, not soy.
Soybeans.
Was it soy?
90% of China's soybeans came from America,
Yeah, that was what it was then.
and it's gone now. They canceled all contracts, everything.
Yep. And it's not coming back.
And where I grew up at, soybeans was always the cash crop. So you have corn and soybeans. Soybeans are nice because they put nitrogen in the ground. Corn takes a lot of nitrogen out of the ground, so you just rotate those two crops usually. And then you had hay fields. And they grew the soybeans because that was their cash crop. That's what made them the extra money. So they got an extra $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year to spend on upgrades on the farm and so on.
Makes sense. Isn't most corn used for like feeding cattle and shit?
Yep. Cattle feed, making sugar for drinks and so on.
Corn syrup.
Ethanol.
Oh yeah. I've heard two different things on corn syrup. One, that it's far worse than sugar. Two, that our body can't tell the difference. It's the same damn thing. I don't know
Same
what's
thing.
true.
Basically, it just has fructose in it.
It tastes
Fructose
better to
is-
me.
Yeah, to me, I mean, it don't matter to me. I'm the kind of person that used to just eat sugar out of the bag or like brown sugar. I love clumps of brown sugar and just eat that. I don't, whatever.
So high fructose corn syrup's not worse for us than sugar?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm pretty healthy and everything. And it hasn't affected me, and I've consumed a lot.
Well, I follow the science, and I know that when I eat corn, the corn comes out unchanged from the other side. So the science
Now-
says we can't digest the stuff.
Stop eating whole kernel corn. You need to chew your food, damn it, and get the stuff. It's like I always grew up on corn cut off the cob, so we would boil it and then take it out, quench it with the cold water quick, and then you cut it off the cob, and then you'd freeze it, and then you'd just warm it up like that whenever you wanted it.
Hmm.
And that's how we had our corn frozen. And it's at least cut, so it's actually can be digested. Juices can actually get in there and break it down.
I only have corn on the cob, so.
I've read that the corn thing is a myth. That it's whenever it comes out in your poop, all it is the skin. You do digest all of the corn other than the skin.
It just
Yeah,
looks
probably.
like corn
The
kernels.
skin's been found useful for something. I can't remember. There was a science study on the skin of each kernel. It's made of some stuff that's really tough and good for something. I can't remember what.
Maybe I can recycle my poop and send the corn back and see if I can get some money.
Get a discount.
When you eat too much of it, though, you come like a little machine gun there. You're just. Me, I get awful gassy if I eat too much corn. It's like all this sugar in or something.
I'm about to try pescatarian. I feel weird because I've always made fun of like vegans and shit, and that's like one step away. But honestly, the more I look into it, the more I can't excuse. Like, I have certain moral convictions, and I try to stick to my moral convictions. So when I'm given a logical query and I can't defend it using my logic, I have to say I'm lying to myself. And that's what I was doing. You know how fucked up the shit is they do to fucking like cattle and fucking pigs? Like,
Yeah, I worked on dairy farmers and things.
it's fucked. It's like, so
Well,
even the lies
All the
they
ones
tell
I
you
worked
that
on, all the ones I worked on, animals were treated like the best they could be. Like they're treated like they're good animals and everything.
really, I think
Yep.
that's very rare because
Well,
they're finding
The
even
Mennonites
in
are
the
usually pretty good with animals. They're about treating animals with respect and everything, which their religion actually keeps them in line.
Mhm. So the problem is it won't change the vast majority that are fucking pieces of shit. Like, well,
Not your
also,
industry farming.
and that's the thing. If the numbers are right that I heard, we have so much people to deal with that, like, if you were to make it to where they were just all like in pastures and shit, like, and it were humane, it would take up all of the land in the world almost just to feed people. So it's not
like 1.5
doable.
billion cows.
Right. So it's not doable. It's not sustainable, which means they have to do the fucked up shit.
Well, it's just Americans need to stop eating so much. So the average American eats about 190 pounds of meat a year. The average European eats about 90.
That makes sense. Well, I think So I didn't want to go vegan because the B12 deficiency is a real problem. But pescatarian eliminates all that shit because fish has B12. It's a great source of protein, probably the best source of protein. There's a little bit of iron issues, but you eat some leafy greens and you can solve that problem.
Oh, you could eat a lot of that. I like that fake crab meat. That's actually fish, but
Is it?
oh yeah, it's
I haven't tried it.
oh, you never had the like it looks like it's paint. It's like orange stripe or red stripe going up it. It's just like round meat.
I've seen it, but I haven't tasted it.
Yeah, it just says fake. It's amazing. Like I get it from the Chinese place. It's just like bathed in butter. Oh, so good.
I usually don't like seafood, but I'm gonna have to learn to like it because I just if I can't square my morality with something, then it means I'm lying. I'm bullshitting myself to get away, which means I'm using what's it called, relative morality, or like I'm changing my moral compass on purpose to get away with shit, which is
So you know
stupid.
that fish don't care that you eat them.
That's why I would be a pescatarian because fish don't have the capacity to. They experience pain, but they don't experience the dread of like knowing they're gonna die and that shit. So
Nope.
they're almost like odd, huh?
Wrong. Okay, look, I used to believe the same thing you did, but after a couple of decades of looking after fish, have you seen those videos of the guy playing fetch with his goldfish?
No.
He throws the fish into the water, it comes back, jumps out into his hand so he can throw it back again. He's playing with the fish and the fish is playing with him.
But no.
Also, fish like
But we're
tilapia.
saying about understanding that you will die.
Yeah.
Fish don't understand that.
So that can happen, but it's just it's like a memory, like a very short-term memory thing. It doesn't show that the fish has consciousness.
No, listen, fish can actually, like tilapia, their memory lasts about 6 to 8 months. They can remember if they've been hooked by a hook before, and for at least 6 to 8 months, they will not bite a hook.
But
So they do have a memory.
So even if the memory part's wrong, at least to my knowledge that I've been able to find, they don't experience like, oh, I'm gonna die. Like they can't think like we think. They don't have that capacity. So it's just like, I'll say to me, with my very limited understanding, it's better than insects. Like an insect is an how do you say it? An automaton or something? Automaton? I can't say
no idea.
It means that they're just like they have no that's it. They have no sentience at all. They're literally pure intuition.
Mind.
Yes. And that means using like moral principles that would lead you to be a vegetarian in the first place, right? Because you think it's fucked up to kill animals that are especially like really intelligent ones that experience fear and shit like pigs. Using that same logic, insects, you could kill them without concern. But fish are like the next step up. And it's like
fair enough.
very little sentience and like dread and capacity for like, oh no, I'm gonna die. And
preservation.
Like, yes. And then we move up from there and it goes to like chickens, which is still, it's not nearly as bad as like cows and pigs, but still. And then we go up from there. But
like cows is pretty low too. Cows aren't the brightest animals.
Right, but it's more than chickens, I think.
With the fish, you can say a lot of it is instinct because they do not like getting picked up when you're about to kill them. They don't like it at all.
Right, that's true. Go ahead.
They want to avoid predators.
Is that they're not cute. They don't look at you the way, say, a lamb would look at you when you're about to kill it.
I think that's part of it. I have to admit that's part of it, but I still stand by. Maybe I was wrong on the extent of it. Maybe they have more intellectual capacity than I was aware of, but it's still not. Yeah. You can't say that fish have the same level of like dread dolphins. And intellectual like capacity as like pigs. That not even close.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So to me, it's like I can let that go. I can go because I have to draw a line somewhere. Otherwise, I'm going to fucking die
That's
of like a
what we-
B12 deficiency. Right? So it's like, to me, it's the perfect like middle ground.
I don't see how people can go deficient in a lot of things. Like, well, if you look at like scurvy being vitamin C deficient,
Right?
like all your scar tissue falls apart.
The
Like even
one
if you were taking 12 pills, it probably still comes from a fish. So
that's true.
you know,
Yeah. Well, there's
Lesser of
B12. There's B12 that vegans take that is purely synthetic, man-made. But
Wow.
the whole point is, if it doesn't violate your ethics to eat fish, why not just eat fish? Why go full vegan just so you can be one of those vegans that are like, I'm so vegan that I don't even eat man-created meat. Like at that point, you're just trying to be an asshole or something. You know what I'm saying?
And you fart
yeah,
a lot.
I brought
That's true. So I don't want to prove that I'm like a fucking moral superior or anything. I just want to be able to live with my own morals. Like, that's it. And I think I can feel okay with eating fish.
Mm.
Hello, Odd.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Not bad.
I fell asleep waiting for your stream and then woke up now.
See, people say, like, dude, you have to start like an hour before or no, and then I do it, and then everybody's passing out waiting.
No, you're all good, man. It's 9:30 a.m., man.
Yeah.
I woke up too early. It's 10:50 now, so I chucked on Team America and fell asleep to that. So, yeah.
Is that the one where it's like, Merca, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking oath, man, the puppet one. Durka.
One of the best movies ever made.
It is pretty
Fucking
funny.
oath. Yeah. A sex scene with puppets. That's fucking awesome.
And it's serious. And that's what's so funny about it.
Yeah.
What it's like, it's considered serious.
It's done by Matt and Trey Parker, the ones that done South Park.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in at least a decade. So it's pretty cool.
You gotta watch Basketball. That was their other film.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I haven't seen the Book of Mormon, which is theirs as well.
I haven't seen that either. I've heard it's good.
Yeah, I've heard. I've only heard good things about that. So,
Well, I found a movie that Rash never seen yet. Maximum Overdrive, where the cars come alive.
Yeah, I've
Stephen
not
King.
seen that.
I always have a constant list of stuff I need to see, and I generally
Yeah.
prioritize like nonfiction to like comedy and fiction. So I usually don't get to watch anything funny, but that's my own rules. Like, I prefer to like learn about stuff first, but I do
Yep.
miss out on some funny shit.
I do like my adventures. Like I like the last Dungeons and Dragons movie. I bought that on YouTube. That's really good.
I
the
make
one
an
with the elf.
exception for Marvel movies and any kind of comic book movie. That's my exception. I watch those immediately as soon as they come out or as soon as I hear about them. I love
I'm
them.
looking forward to Superman coming out and the Wonder Woman coming out.
Yep,
Even.
I love all of them.
I love
like-
Spaceballs 2. That's a definite thing. Spaceballs 2 is a definite thing. Did you know
They're
that?
pandering hard now. They're gonna ruin a good thing.
Mel Brooks is 99 in a few days or a few weeks.
Don't get too excited because sequels have a fucking track record of sucking compared to what you expect.
You cannot expect this to be as good as Spaceballs 1.
Well,
Well,
Rick
that's
Moranis
good.
isn't going to be in it. If you could get Rick Moranis to be in it,
Exactly. He retired 20 years ago.
praise his family.
Fucking hell. Yeah. That's impressive. So
If he made enough money to retire and said, I'm going to raise my kids and be happy.
I think he's just doing it as a Mel Brooks friend kind of thing. But that's kind of brilliant. But you can't expect it to be as good as the first one from the start. So, but I'm still going in to watch it for sure. Nostalgia has got me already.
I gotta watch the next Gladiator, the Gladiator 2.
I've seen it. I
I tr-
loved it. I would say that all I would say without ruining anything is I don't, just to meet out your expectations, I don't think it's as good, but it didn't suck. It's not as good as the first one.
Yeah, the first one's gonna be the best no matter
Yeah,
what.
you should always. I think it's a good idea to keep your expectations lower for any sequel.
Well,
You
a lot of
had
people
to expect
nowadays,
that too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
like I think a lot of people go in expecting things to be like they want them to be, and it's not how they want it to be, and so now they're pissed off that the movie wasn't how they want it to be. I just go in
Exactly.
and
And yes,
what
and
it
it's
is and enjoy it.
right, and so that's the point. It hurts you to do that because it ruins your experience. Like you should learn eventually. Stop fucking raising your expectations so high. Just
Mhm.
like
well, I think we need to stubble a few directors like that lady in the Stephen King Misery movie.
I was talking about Rash. That was a fucked up. I watched it as a kid. I was like, that is a fucked up movie.
I learned about stumbling in that movie. Fucking hell.
Well,
Yeah,
when
I don't
she
know about you
smashes
guys.
his
I
ankles
can't
with the
hear Odyssey
sledgehammer.
at all.
Oh,
you can't what?
I can't hear Odyssey at all. He's
Oh.
there, isn't he?
He's
Yeah.
there.
As soon as
You can't hear him.
Hello,
Yeah, nothing.
Rash. Good morning to you in Fishland. Fishland, Fishland, Fishland. The country where I want to
I think
be.
last time I came in and came out again, and that worked.
Rash
Oh.
I
came.
might,
I'm not hiding,
well, you have to
Rash.
come in, and you have to, well, never mind.
But
Hang
I
on, I'll
am
come back.
going to go and have a smoke. I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
I don't know, man. Still
Hey,
listening,
okay.
of course.
I'm not trying to ignore you. I have ADHD and it's really difficult for me to focus like on the chat. Like
Yep.
I get distracted by anything.
It's good you got a pipe to distract you.
But it's even worse. So the pipe distracts me because I need my nicotine fix. It also helps me think for some reason. I don't know why. There's something about the process.
Well, Alan Watts is always about using smoking to keep them grounded. It kind of
Mhm.
keeps you in the now because you have to focus on the thing that you're doing. So
Well,
if say you
it's-
get too distracted, that
Mhm.
kind of brings you back because you're doing something.
Well, pipes more so than most things. Like some people think it's like the same as like a cigarette. No, because with a pipe, it goes out very easily. You have about, depending on the pipe, you've got about a 10-second to 40-second window. You want it to be exactly like to the point where it's about to go out when you puff, because that's the best flavor. So you're that's why it's like a awareness thing, like a tactic, because it's like the perfect middle ground between waiting too long or not waiting long enough. That's why. Welcome back, Rash. By the way, you won't be able to hear Odd because he went to smoke a cigarette, I think he said. Or he said smoke. I assumed it was cigarette. It might have been damn meth.
I think it might have been a joint.
Maybe. I heard John Cleese is working on a film about the Emu Wars.
That would be good. Imagine that.
Was that an actual thing?
Yeah, Australia went to war against the emus, and the emus won.
What the fuck?
Yeah, now there's no sound at all.
You can't hear me at all, Rash?
That's a strange issue.
Yep.
Sounds like all he did was leave and come back.
All right. Can you hear me?
I
We can hear you.
Okay.
You can't
Can you
hear
hear
us?
me?
Okay. Yep, I can hear you. It's
Okay.
working now.
Okay.
All
Making a
right.
coffee. Back in a sec.
Sometimes
Emus
I
are
kind of
immune
need
to
tab.
303 British. Sometimes you mute what?
The tab, and then it mutes all the sound on it, and I can't hear anything. That's what I did last time. I think I hit X, and it mutes all the
You
whole
can
tab.
mute the whole tab? I didn't even know you could
Yeah.
do that.
That little speaker at the top. If you click the speaker at the top of the tab. It mutes the whole tab.
Oh shit, I see. I've never used that luckily because I'll do some shit like that and then not be able to hear.
See, I always right click and open tabs. So if like I'm looking through YouTube, I go down through and right click and then open a new tab, and then I find all the videos off my homepage I want to watch, and then I just go through all the tabs, and then I can just hit the speaker and it'll make that video play without even having to open the tab.
That makes sense. For me, it's just I do things the way I do, not because it's better, but just I've done it for so long, I don't have to think. So, like using any brain power, especially when you have ADHD, it's like you want to use as little as possible.
Well, you just habit form. We're from the 90s and 2000s when we did most of our computer. I bet you played like the Oregon Trail and Amazon Trail and shit in school.
Yep, and they always gave us shit. They're like, "This is about drugs," and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, it is." And they're like, "You can't do that," and I'm like, "Well, it's on the computer, dude.
Oh, did
I
you
didn't
play
put
Drug
it on there."
Simulator? Or no, it was something drug. It was a drug dealer simulator game, but I mean, it was just nothing more than really a spreadsheet. But
Yes,
you
it
kind of like
was
bought
just
drugs.
it was like a text based game.
Yeah,
Yes, and then we had Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
you can
That
get
was
that.
on
Yeah,
there too.
you can just go download an emulator and some ROMs, and then just
Right.
play any of
I
those old games.
could, but I'm so it's bad to me, but I'm like a graphic Nazi to such an extent. I can't go backward. Even if it's a nostalgia thing, like I can remember I loved this game. I can't do it now. Now I'll play it and I'm like, dude, I can't do that. Fuck this.
I tried to play GoldenEye with my buddy one time, and I was like, "Wow, these graphics are
Yeah.
so fucking bad. My eyes hurt."
I can't do it. Like it's not great because it'd be awesome to be able to like go back and enjoy games again. I can't like even like one generation. I can't go
Well,
back.
they're remastering everything now. That's what they're going in and cleaning everything up with, like AI and shit. That's how they did that one game here
Oblivion.
recently. Yeah, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they did, and I've heard mixed shit on it. Like I've heard
I have it. I bought it.
right. I haven't yet, but I've heard people say that like it's bullshit that they're trying to save money by fucking like regurgitating old content. But at the same time, people are saying it's not just like old shit where they're just putting on some shiny new graphics and that's it. They're actually changing a lot.
Well, no, they left all the shitty bugs in. So anything they
Really?
just basically took the old game and just updated all the graphics for it.
Then I'd be pissed. Like you're fucking everybody. In
No,
my
everybody
opinion.
wanted exactly the same game. So like when they remastered Strongholds, not Stronghold, Age of Empires 2. That's a big one people play. They just remastered. They just went in, they took the original game, left everything the same, just updated all the graphics, the sprites mostly.
So
And
hold
then
on, this is what people wanted?
yeah, they want exactly how it was, but they just want it to look better.
Oh,
They like it shitty and the weird broken things and stuff. That was the charm of it.
I guess that makes sense. It's like a nostalgia thing. They loved that game at the time.
Yep, they want it to be exactly how it was when they're kids.
I don't have that.
See, I do like updates, which I'm sure you can get patches, so mods, and then because that was a very moddable game. I liked it. I played it. I mean, it's still. I've played it so much that to me, I got bored really quick. I was like, oh, here we go. I've done all this already. I know the whole storyline, everything. It's like, okay, I'm bored. Something new.
Well, even though I have a really shitty memory when it comes to video games, that's not the case. Like, it's like all of my memory is on fake worlds. Because if I go play a game that I played like 10 years ago, it's going to be, I'm going to get into the game and it's going to be as if I just left off. And then I'm going to be like, dude, this is boring.
Training simulators, basically. You're training your brain to do different things. So then how to apply that to the world that you actually live in. Because games are actually invented by a king to teach his son strategy and combat. And so games have basically just evolved form of that.
There is real world like correlation and applicability, but it's not like perfect. It's not like the amount of effort you put in is going to pull out on the other end in the real world.
No.
Yeah, it's like
it's going to teach you how to strategize, think ahead, plan, things like of that nature.
All that is true for sure. There's actually been studies done on it, I believe, that show that. But it's specific types of games because you also have mindless, like what I call button smasher games that I can't stand
Yeah.
them.
Like Mortal Kombat and stuff.
Yeah, so Mortal
I've always
Kombat
played
got
3X
a little
Grand
better.
strategy.
Oh, yeah. Well, so there's like games like Mortal Kombat, but it can be strategic if you want it to be. Meaning, like if you really master the combinations and stuff, and you do it exactly right, it can become like playing chess.
Yeah, I
or
can play
something.
Scorpion on any of the versions, and you ain't gonna probably beat me.
Probably
I
not.
know his moves. And
Mine
it's
was
muscle memory.
always Noob Saibot. I like the dark people. That's just
Oh,
my
I know
thing.
his down up, down back A, and shit like that. Bro,
I can't remember.
I played all of them. I remember when the first one came out. I rented it from our local store so many damn times. Like when I looked down the list, because they used to have a book that you had to write everything in. Just
Yeah.
before computers, kids. And then it was like my name for like renting it out all the time. Sega Genesis.
I did the same thing. I don't remember much about it though. But like the RPG type games I think are better for like critical thinking type stuff. Turn-based games as well. Well, they tend to be the same.
I can't wait to see how AI evolves the gaming world. I'm sure it's going to come up with a very cheap, efficient way to basically tap into reality.
They're already
Virtual
talking
reality.
about it, yeah. Like how they're going to affect NPCs because it's such a big talking point. People that have never played video games are using the word NPC to describe people that are like, bland and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're talking about what AI is going to do to NPCs to where they're going to be like fucking insanely intelligent. Like the sky's the
Everyone
limit.
will be, they'll be just basically tapped with it as an AI, given a role and basically endless text.
That'd be
Man,
awesome.
that trend got me at the start NPCs because I was using that when I was 8 in Dungeons and Dragons from the books, man. That was, yeah. And it disappeared for 30 years. I never heard it. And then all of a sudden, I think it was that Starshine chick.
Massively
Started
old
calling me a
names.
freaking NPC. I was like, fuck.
I'm
Okay,
like, what the
I actually
hell?
know what this acronym means. I don't know.
I didn't know about it that long ago, but yeah, I'm like
Dungeons
an
and
average
Dragons is
gamer.
crazy old.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, man,
70s.
books and dice, and the whole world was in your head that the guy told you about, the dungeon master. Or if you were the dungeon master, you had all those books in your own head so that you could run the games because you didn't want to look up shit all the time.
I think I would like
video
I would
games-
like that
Insane
shit.
back then.
Well, most video games are based off Dungeons and Dragons. Like behind the scenes in most games, it's still dice rolls, and it's based off Dungeons and Dragons 20-sided dice rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Most people don't have the personality for actual Dungeons and Dragons. I could see myself enjoying it. For me, it was just I never was able to find people that fit in that niche or
Yeah,
niche.
same
So
here.
like I
didn't
never
buy
found
anybody.
anyone to play it with. So it's like, but I think
I
I would
actually bought
enjoy
all
it.
the books. Well, I didn't buy all the books. I bought the character book, the monster manual, and I
Player's
have another
Handguide.
book.
The Dungeon Master's Guide, the Monsters Compendiums, 1, 2, and 3. You had basic Dungeons and Dragons that came in boxes.
Oh,
They
mine
were
was
the starting
5th
things.
edition too.
Cool.
Or not
So yours was advanced Dungeons and Dragons. In the basic Dungeons and Dragons, they even had an immortal box set where you could become an immortal.
I got the
Insane.
beginner box set and tried to play with friends, but they, just other people weren't into it yet.
My first elven character from the red basic Dungeons and Dragons box set was called Gregan.
I always
That's
go with
full on.
fighters. I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons based games like Baldur's Gate games. I played a lot of those. There's some other ones, Neverwinter Nights. I know there's some other ones.
Is
Icewind Dale.
that the same universe? Neverwinter Nights
I think it's in the same universe.
as Baldur's Gate, if I'm not mistaken. I've never played it though.
I'm pretty sure Neverwinter or Icewind Dale. That's just like Baldur's Gate 2, but it's set in another part where it's like an icy part of the world and stuff like that. It's really fun. I played that all through. That's in the same area as Baldur's Gate because they actually talk about the different cities and stuff.
I never played any of the other games before it. I started with Baldur's Gate 3.
Good adventure games. Graphics suck, but you have to more use your mind to kind of fill it in.
Right now, I'm trying out a horror game because I've never gotten into them. I'm playing, what the fuck is this game called? I have to go into it. Alan Wake 2. It is really actually cool as hell. And like, it's not a replayable game though. It's like one of those games that it's a really cool mindfuck
Cutter.
horror. But you play it one time and it's done.
Nice.
I think one that fucked with me the most. I played it was called Dino Crisis. It was on PlayStation. It was like Resident Evil, but it was like an island full of dinosaurs gone crazy. Real velociraptors hunting you through the halls and shit.
How was it horror? Was it like dark or something?
Oh, cause yeah, you'd be walking down a hallway and all of a sudden a T-Rex comes busting through the wall and fucking the velociraptors. You can hear them. And, like some parts, you don't like large part of the game. You don't even have a gun. Like, so it's like hiding from velociraptors, or they're just rip you to pieces.
Damn. Israel had some casualties. We've heard from we knew that Iran, of course, was going to retaliate, but have we heard from the damage yet?
Iran says hundreds of civilians on their side got, well, maybe 100, I don't know.
Yes, I did hear of that. So what I haven't heard of is we know that Iran retaliated and they said something like, we're going to bring down the gates of hell upon you or some shit like that. And then they retaliated, but I never heard whether they landed or what happened.
All right. That drone swarm they're saying that's probably more likely surveillance and getting data before their main attack. So I don't know anything further than that either.
Okay.
Why is America so up Israel's anus?
Decades of money.
That's it. That's all it is, though, isn't it, Gads?
Over the years, they bought senators, judges, congressmen, basically installed them.
So it's just
put
Jewish
laws
intelligence that's made them rich, and they've bought America. And I'm saying Jewish intelligence because they're going to do so much fucking goddamn studying in their bloody religion. So it's not really, you know what I mean.
It's about power and control. They want to, and I mean, to them, hats off. They did it well. They took over basically one of the strongest militaries in the world and have it working for them.
Well, yeah, and Hollywood.
I guess Hollywood. I mean, I wouldn't so much say Hollywood. A lot of Hollywood is actually Disney. Wait, we lost Trobs.
That's funny, considering it's his string. But yeah.
All right. I don't even know.
I've been meaning to ask that question, but I didn't really know the best way to do it.
And like Disney, because they're a big part of films nowadays. They own like half the studios. They're out of Florida.
But it all goes back to religion, obviously, in the end, doesn't it? Or not? Or that has no actual factor
I think
here.
Disney was atheist. I mean, you don't really see Disney films or shows pushing religion in any way. Really, more of a thinking.
Well, I just see more corruption here and stuff like that, rather than anything to do with religion anymore at all. I think it was a religious at the beginning, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Generally, JT, mate.
Odyssey is hooked on religion. Jimmy, I just don't care. I'm an atheist.
Makes for better conversations when you find someone who's willing to talk truthfully about it.
Trobs, though. It's kind of weird. He just like froze up and just bloop.
Didn't that happen last week when I was out of the room? I remember hearing someone saying it, but I didn't see it
I don't
happen.
think. I think he just like lagged out maybe.
Fuck those guys, he said. How does everything still keep going on stream
Yeah.
if he's bugged out?
Laugh out loud, JT.
He doesn't input any better topics. Like you've just arrived with an argument or with a little fucking hissy fit, JT.
I think
Like-
it's gonna escalate. It's gonna get. It's gonna
No,
get
not
stupid.
today. I'm not
Iran
stoned
has
enough.
nuclear weapons. I know it, and then
Oh.
they're gonna. They're like a dog. They're gonna get backed into a corner right now, and it's gonna bite, and everybody's gonna be mad when it does.
Iran doesn't have Russia's support at the moment because of Ukraine. Is that right?
No, but if the leadership feels like they're gonna lose their whole country and they had nothing left to lose, they'll probably set off a nuke, and then that will
No, fuck. Yeah,
really
right.
do some damage. That's gonna put the whole world on edge, and then everybody's gonna be looking at everybody else, and then more shit's gonna pop off.
Yeah, but I don't think Iran has nukes.
Oh yeah, we've been interfering in their nuclear program for years. Did you ever hear of Nitro Zeus?
No.
Nitro
that?
Zeus is a computer code that we got somehow into their computer system, and they didn't really recognize what was going on, but it was like a code that would go into their when they're trying to spin the uranium to enrich it. It would manipulate little things to where their fuel enrichment wouldn't work out, and just kept fucking with them.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Stuxnet or something.
Or maybe that's what it was, Stuxnet.
I don't
But they
know.
had another name for it, Nitro Zeus or something like that. It's another kind of basically the same thing.
I don't know. I keep reminding people that Iran, they put out a fatwa, a religious fatwa. I mean, if they're fanatics like we all think they are, then they're going to look pretty stupid if they have a nuke when they already said, oh, it's highly illegal under Islam to have a nuke. So,
Yeah, but
you know, it's
they know they have them. And there's all their tunnels and everything. They're one of the big weapon suppliers in the world.
you see, again, I don't think so. When you hear Iran talk and what they do exactly what they say. They're not like Israel, you know, all the lies and the bullshit. They actually do what they say. So I don't know about that. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, the government, they probably are going to lie all over the place, but they seem to be pretty upfront about what they're going to do and when they do it and all that. So I don't know.
You have bullshitted us, Brandon. The 9/11's a separate thing. The fucking Jews suffered more than the US, but the Jews, like, fucking,
I thought so.
why does the US need them to help? That
Yeah, I
still
got a
doesn't
full
explain.
list of Iranian-made like drones, UAVs, missiles. Like they're big in the arms dealers. Like they're supplying Russia, China with missiles, UAVs. The Shaheed
A load of
136.
shit from the comments.
Didn't you tell me that China make more drones than America does in a year? Military drones? They make
You don't
more per
have
day
to
than
help them, Brandon. You're choosing to help them via corruption and money.
Sorry,
They
I can't see
still
what's
are
happening.
committing genocide on the Palestinians, brother.
Wow, it's all gonna escalate. There's gonna be a lot more suffering. That's all it's gonna result in this.
Of course. Trump is trying to escalate it, isn't he? Everywhere he can.
Well, that's
So-
one thing's to distract from another thing. So like the LA riot thing, that's to distract
Yeah.
from his bill he's
Oh, yeah.
pushing through the Senate. He's
Yeah.
trying to put a $4 trillion tax cut through, and that's
No,
gonna
that bill
cut
fucks
15
you up.
million. Oh yeah, it cuts 15 million people off Medicare and shit like that.
Yep. On top of the 85 million that aren't on it already, so that's a third of your population ish that won't be on anything.
Well, no, we have 350 million people now. So I mean,
Okay, yeah.
getting there. But I think we're gonna have a culling here. It seems like they're raiding.
Yeah, I'm
all
hearing
kinds of
about it.
places. Like they're raiding Home Depots, anywhere that the
Schools, primary
yeah.
schools.
Anywhere you think Mexican, Hispanic people would be, they're going there. The stereotypical places.
Are the LA riots still going?
Well, they're not riots. These are protests. The media is making people think it's rioting. But
Yeah.
anytime you have anything like this, you're always going to have your agitators, your nonconformists, the ones that always want to sow anarchy and destroy things. They go out there and start that shit, and then it makes everybody else look bad. But it's just a small group of individuals.
Jimmy Kimmel showed on his late night freaking the size of LA, then the size of LA City, and then the pinprick on the map that was where the riots was. Like, yeah, it's probably more than just a city street
It's
or whatever.
nothing.
But
They
yeah,
said
it's
that
pretty
basically
small.
the area that was affected was like the size of a Walmart. I mean, it's nothing.
Okay.
Yes, Jamie, it's to distract. The media has that on every channel. The Marines are in LA, and while that's happening, the Senate's cramming a bill through. It's going to cut 15 million people off their health care and give the rich a $4 trillion tax cut. That's going to add $4 trillion to the deficit. Smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors.
I don't know. I get paranoid every time something interesting happens in America, or something interesting happens in Palestine with Israel.
Well, the
I mean, they
media
just
too.
found out. Yeah, Israel just admitted that they found ISIS, and suddenly there's riots in LA.
Hey,
How in the hell did it keep going? Like, don't it have to use my end as like the server so that you guys can continue?
Trovs, don't ask when miracles happen. Just say thank you.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but I put in the general of Discord that my power had a surge and then internet went out and everything.
Sake,
You had to reboot.
I have to reboot again. Damn it.
It may happen again. It's like really close. You know, whenever the fucking thunder hits and you can hear it like right beside you.
Oh, I love that.
It is awesome.
I noticed getting old now. Anytime it's like rainy and there's like I guess a thunderstorm was around because I slept through it last time. All my joints, any place that my body had that I really fucked up, it just aches.
I've heard
Wasn't
it
like
from
1,700 Marines deployed that were doing nothing? Like only 360 or something had active.
I think it was
mission
only
objectives.
700, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
700.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
publicity stuff.
But it's
Of
true that
course.
all the Marines and like a good portion of the National Guard were literally they weren't set with food or water, and they had no place to sleep, and they had nothing to do. It was all just to like fucking, like he said, a publicity stunt.
Oh, well.
Here's the thing today: the generals were in Congress, or this. Yeah, I think it was Congress doing a thing. I got to catch up on it, but the generals are not happy with their men being used as publicity tools.
Also, after that, Trump did like he did a little speech with military people behind him. He personally selected all the people, and they had to be MAGA supporters first, just so it could like he'd say shit and they would boo if they said Biden or something. Just it's propaganda. But anyway, he like handpicked them, and had some sort of a. It was fucked. He's talking about fucking arresting fucking Democratic leaders and shit.
We just
And
did. They just arrested a senator.
Senator.
But
Yeah.
now he's saying that like we're going to continue. This is getting bad.
Oh,
Like,
it's
really
gonna
bad.
escalate here. That's what I mean. You're gonna see the military coup. The military won't stand for this because they take an oath to the Constitution, not to the
Yes.
president.
Well, that's what most of the serious media is saying. Like, you are completely just smacking your fucking military in the face with trying to get them to go partisan. Like, this goes against everything that they
Yep.
like you said, they swear an oath to the Constitution.
Yep. Not a dictator. America has no king.
Well, it's
And that's what you're relying on.
coming
That's the
today.
thing.
Today, now I could be wrong, and I'll admit if I'm wrong, but I think
no, I'm
today
hoping
is
you're
going to
right.
show. Today is going to show how huge anti-Trump sentiment is. Today is supposed to be over 2,000 different locations all at once.
Ooh.
All at once,
Protesting.
massive uprising of protesters everywhere in the United States, all at the same time, so that Trump's little gay parade doesn't get any real attention.
Yep. It's basically going to drown him out.
Yep. Although it's worth noting that Trump said if there's anyone in D.C. where his parade is, they will be met with heavy force. Quote, heavy force. He's
Isn't
essentially
Australia getting rained out or something anyway.
I kind
Oh,
of
that
hope
would be the best thing ever.
well, it would be
Yeah,
good, but
that
it
was
would
predicted.
also so it would ruin the parade maybe, but it would also ruin the protest. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see how far people are like pissed off at Trump, because I like to see that it's not just like a handful of us. I like to see that most of fucking America is tired of
I
this
want to see
fucking
the
shit.
military revolt against them.
I do too.
Bravo,
I really do.
more 50%.
The
All right.
police
Now,
are
what you
against
guys-
the military.
You guys need a eclipse of the sun and some rivers running red with blood as soon as Trump shows up.
Yes.
He's a coward. He's a draft
Something
dodging coward.
Statue of a boot with a squashed Trump's head underneath it. A squashed
Yes.
pumpkin.
The funny thing is what you said about Trump being a
Okay.
draft dodger and shit is true. But my aunt, it's like I get her as like my view to the other side. It's so weird. She goes, what I like about Trump, I know you hate him, but what I like about him is unlike Biden, he's strong. And I'm like, what the fuck did you just say? Strong? He's not strong. Like, why do they think this shit? Where does it come from? Why do they think
Didn't you see the flag of Rainbow Trump? I mean, they think that's him.
that is so stupid? Like,
They're so delusional. It's just
Yeah, the vets have just been raped too, Brandon. They've had their welfare cut and taken.
yep,
yeah.
He's cutting military programs and stuff like that. The VA fired like 50,000 workers, which were mostly veterans.
Yep. Pissed a lot of people off. Like so far, and I'd be willing to say if I'm wrong, there may be like one thing, but I'm pretty sure he's literally done nothing, and I mean nothing for everyday people at all. He's only helped out the wealthy so far.
Oh, he's hurt us in every way
Well,
possible.
that's true. That's true.
I mean,
Jamie,
he's
I'm
cut
pretty
FEMA
certain
to
that
all
you've
the
got a lot
places.
more than fucking 3% redneck, conservative, hillbilly American Republicans in your country.
Republicans only make up about 20% of the population of voters registered.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that a vast majority of what ends up deciding votes is independent people or undecided people. Like,
Yep.
It's
Me.
not like 50% Democrat, 50% Republican. It don't work that way.
Nope. Democrats make up 27% roughly, and Republicans are 20%. The rest are all.
Yeah. I like how Jamie's like over here projecting. He's like behind the keyboard with tears in his eyes and then trying to act like we're crying.
Yeah. A person
hear it
that's
in my
been
voice,
taught what to
trembling
fucking
drums.
think his whole life.
Exactly. So
I'm just waiting for the dictator to fall. I did you see the photos of like him wearing colostomy bags or something like that? Like he
Yes.
had braces on his legs.
Yep. There's a lot of talk of some serious health concerns. I don't know how serious, but of course, because Trump's the kind of person that would hide it. And to be fair, so would Biden. Most presidents would hide it, but like,
But you will not see conservatives say a thing. Oh, how dare you say anything about Trump? He's a strong fighter and all this shit. And it's like, motherfucker can't walk or speak.
they're the
But yet
same people that were freaking out with Biden the whole time, which shows you it's not about them not being suitable for the job. It's just because he was a Democrat.
Well, if you look at Reagan too, Reagan spent like the last 2 years of his last years in a wheelchair, like a vegetable. Like,
actually, I will be going to one of the protests. I'm going to the one nearest me. I've actually set up a deal to where several people that live around me, I'll be heading part of it.
So video it?
No, I do not mix.
you don't film evidence.
I don't mix my online presence with real life, and also there's a
you got to
a
get
lot of
some real footage, brother. At least
I can't do it because there's good evidence that they are actively trying to create a left of left leaning people. So I am not gonna have them fucking recognize me and fucking try to find out who I am and shit.
Fair enough. Yeah, all right. No. And actually, I did see a
just
thing
went to
where they said you
Valentine.
shouldn't take your phone with you because they will track shit from your phone if
Well,
they
hey,
try to detain you.
They've been saying remove fingerprint unlocks and Face ID unlocks from your phone because the police are using them to unlock your phone.
Pin security on your phone at least.
I don't use those anyway, but yeah, so they can track you with just your phone.
Oh yeah, your phone's a GPS
I don't think they'll hunt you down because you're white and look more American than most. But
camo pants on. Put some camo pants on, wear that wife beater, and you'll be fine.
I'll actually be with the leftist people, but I wear like a MAGA hat and stuff.
Wear a hat that looks like a MAGA hat, but it just says like you're in a cult or something like that.
Hilarious. Yeah, but I do plan. Mine's actually kind of early. It's 10 to 12:30 in Asheville, and it's going to be
with an A on it with a line through it.
For what's that mean?
The anarchy symbol.
I'm not an anarchy person.
You just look like one though.
I do. I know. I do fit the profile. I look like a guy that would like have an anarchy fucking sign. Although I would say I'm kind of close to it because I'm a leftist, not a liberal. I don't think that we can work inside the current system. I think it needs to go.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I would say I can get where you're coming from with that. But I still think the actual concept of anarchy it would never work.
Yeah, you can't. Some people just want to watch the world burn. That's just
I don't want to see the world burn, but I want to see like what's the word? Justice for people that have been fucked over by us. I shouldn't say us because the people aren't really to blame. It's the government.
I want to see a rebalancing.
I do too, and we're already seeing that. Like, BRICS is kind of moving pretty well, more than we thought it was going to. China's doing great. So the problem is we're losing power. The what if that worries me is, like I've always said, it's better us in power than China or Russia. So now we're about to find out if it's probably going to be China, most likely, because we found out Russia's basically a paper tiger. They can't even handle Ukraine. So China's probably going to be the next major power, and we're going to find out who they really are. And maybe
AI. I think AI is going to be the biggest changer of this whole.
Maybe.
Everything.
Yeah, I just don't know how quick it's going to move. I don't know.
I give it a couple more months before it's almost integrated into almost everything.
That quick?
Yeah, it's going to move fast.
But wouldn't it take time to like change systems? Like it could definitely.
Machine learning.
That's true.
Especially, and the more people start using it, so a new technology comes out that can do something like for self-driving cars, makes them where they drive perfect. So first, maybe 1 million people get the service. Well, there it takes 1 million drivers now it has, and it's using that as more data to learn from. So it's improving itself as it gets more customer base, and it keeps improving more and more the more it adds customer base. So it just gets better the more it actually adds.
That's true. But okay, so on the human side of things, that's the AI side. So the human side, even if it decided like, hey, we're going to take over, wouldn't it take time to consolidate and
I don't think
like,
it's going to take over necessarily, but it will take over every industry and just basically neutralize everything. It will be able to reason with people in such a clear way that no one will refute what it's saying. It will basically be able to dissolve almost all issues worldwide. If not, it would just take care of you and just say, something happened. And
That's-
you'll believe it.
right? That's true, Brandon. But even with that being the case, it's like Russia is not what we thought they were.
They can barely sustain what they are doing. It's 3 years now, just trying to take over a tiny sovereign nation.
Mm-hmm.
They could fire nukes with. I don't know if you've seen the dummy nuke firing.
We've found evidence even before this that over half of their nukes aren't even usable because they've let them waste away.
And the oligarchs, they're giving money to do things, and they just undercut it and used improper materials and so on.
That's the problem with oligarchy. It becomes like a mob boss type thing, and like everybody wants to like help themselves. They don't care about the country. And I'm afraid we're kind of heading in that direction. Like a lot of people were saying that Russia is copying the United States. I see it as the other way around. We're becoming like Russia. We're becoming oligarchs and like hardcore mode, like fucking like Trump is like the mob boss now, just like Putin is for Russia.
Well, and see, he's over stepping his bounds with the tariffs and everything. That should be Congress's powers, but
that's true.
He can control the economy, everything.
So he's like Putin, but not as smart because Putin took like a long time of like garnering power and creating.
He knows games in theory versus Trump doesn't know what a games in theory even is.
True. Well, and he was patient. Patience is important in that whole like being a dictator. He set things up. Yes, he was a spy to begin with, but he knew the right people. That's how he got like a foot in the door in the first place. And he just slowly worked his way. Trump just jumped in and yes,
my daddy gave me money. Yay.
Pretty much. And he like has absolutely no fucking clue what he's doing, which is why he's fucked everything up that he's tried to do.
Well, people saw him on The Apprentice and thought that was really him. And what they didn't know is he would get angry, throw a temper tantrum, shit his pants, and then have to get wet wipes to wipe him down. Wet wipes is the name of the guy that had to wipe him down.
Hilarious.
It's like watching the Hunger Games kind of. They had like the most disgusting people in charge, or V for Vendetta. All the people in charge are just these nasty, disgusting people that have no right to have any kind of power of people, and just.
I've seen videos lately of people saying that V for Vendetta, like they're talking about how aged so great for this time, like it's so fitting.
What's funny is I told people after Trump got elected, I was like, watch your V for Vendetta. It's, get ready. It's going to get you ready in the mindset for what's coming. They're going to stage attacks and events like that, and then use that to lock up certain people they don't like. And
it's true. I honestly, I was naive, but I thought that we had like such an extensive list of safeguards that there's no possible way someone could even go as far as he's gone now. Don't get me wrong, because I still think that there's some things that we haven't done yet. We might be able to fight back on a couple of fronts. But what I'm saying is, even as far as he's come already, like I didn't think it was possible. how in the fuck can some moron, like, there's got to be a lot of people pulling shit behind the strings and stuff to make this happen. Because this
Yep.
definitely isn't Trump. Definitely is not
The
Trump.
thing is, Mitch McConnell was setting this up for decades,
Mhm.
and Trump fell into the slot he wasn't supposed to.
So it was just happenstance. He happened to be the dude.
Yeah, because remember in 2016, Trump wasn't going to win. He wasn't supposed to win. He was
Right.
the laughing stock. Everybody thought he was a joke, and somehow he pulled it out of the park. I don't know. That was, well, I remember now, gerrymandering. Because Mitch McConnell had it all gerrymandered. There was a guy, can't remember his name, but when he died, his daughter turned over all his documents to the FBI because she found evidence that he was rigging everything so Republicans would win. So for decades, all these districts, every time you voted, basically Republicans would win no matter what.
Well, how the fuck can we not fucking like learn from that and go, we got to find a way to make sure that shit doesn't happen again?
Well, the courts made all these states redraw lines after the 2016 election. That's how Trump won, is because of all these gerrymandered districts. The guy didn't die until like 2017, 2018.
Damn.
So all the courts then made all these places redraw their lines. That's why Biden swept the nation and took away the victory from Trump, because all those districts weren't gerrymandered in the Republicans' favor anymore.
Makes sense. Very fucked, though. I can't believe people are like on the right. You can always tell that they have this hive brain, like like they're incapable of thinking. Like they're trying to like compare Trump's actual like lack of free speech and like authoritarianism to the left and other like you can't even come close to making a comparison. It's not
These
even
people think
close.
Hitler was a socialist.
I know, like they also have this. I hear it all the time. Like, dude, this is left-wing fascist. There's no such thing as fucking
Yeah,
left-wing. Fascism cannot be left-wing by definition. It's not possible.
Well, the thing is, the left-wing version of fascism was communism.
Yes. I mean, that's as close as you can get. It's not exactly like the opposite of fascism.
Well, you got to think of
yeah.
it like a horseshoe. So on one tip of the horseshoe at the end is communism, on the other end is fascism.
Yeah.
You want to be about in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's just hilarious when they try to like dead face, like they think they're making a legit point, and they're like, "Yeah, you guys are fascists." And I'm like, "What the dude? You have no idea how embarrassing you are to yourself."
I see MAGA morons doing Hitler salutes and shit at work, trying to make fun of leftists. And it's like, you're a fucking idiot. You just make yourself look so fucking stupid.
No, Jamie, I'm glad you say this because you're literally proving my point. Look at this. Isn't locking people up for posting memes fascism? No, it's not. No. So
that's
what you're doing,
a violation of freedom of speech.
Yeah. Well, you think authoritarianism equals fascism. That's not true. Fascism's specific. It's right-wing ultra nationalism, if you want to make it very simple. Like, obviously, it's more than that, but that's like a
very
militarized.
Like,
yes.
Starship Troopers was a warning to warn against fascism, like how a fascist military government would take over.
Yeah. I didn't know that. That's what it was supposed to be about?
Yeah, that's why the over-the-top propaganda and stuff, just like a fascist government uses. Would you like to know more?
What?
It's kind of like how Monopoly was invented to warn against capitalism, and now people think it's such a great game. It teaches you about money. No, it's supposed to teach you the dangers of capitalism, that in the end, one person will own every fucking thing, every state, every railroad, every utility, and you'll all be paying rent.
I think it takes more in this country than a lot of countries to reach people, because we're taught since birth to be consumers and that to be highly individualistic and everything's about your success, your money. It's hard to get people out of that.
Yep.
And I don't even, hopefully it's possible, but I don't know.
Well, AI, I think, will be one of those things that sorts that out, because once it replaces billions of people in their jobs, economies will completely stop if there isn't something put in place.
Right. That's true.
You
So
have to have some universal basic income. It's going to be worldwide.
right, but you actually might have been the one that brought this up. There's two popular ways of it being explained, and this is not what I said last time. It's similar though. So either they're gonna just everyone's gonna like get swooped up and like they're gonna take care of them with like a universal basic income type deal, or two, and this sounds it's at least more doable, at least in my opinion, because they want it to be, I don't know how to explain it, but to make it short, they want to kill off as many people as possible before that point, or at people that they consider undesirable, and I could see that happening.
The weak, I mean, a culling of the weak, the ones that aren't strong enough to survive through hardship.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
But the
I mean,
thing
it wouldn't be
is,
bad for the species. Actually, it's actually be good.
right? Well, if AI is as quick and as advanced as people are explaining, there shouldn't be a need for a period of time where you need to be, quote, strong. Like it should be able to just boom.
Well, I was actually just watching. They were using CRISPR, and they neutralized HIV cells on a living immune cell, so they can actually now go in and actually neutralize active viruses in the body.
Damn, they probably charge you like $1 billion or some shit.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's in China, I think. So, I mean, it's probably you walk into a healthcare facility and they can treat you. But it's, I mean, it's under testing, yeah.
Interesting.
I sound younger today. This week, you mean?
The right are conspiracy theorists.
Exactly.
I don't have any. So what Jamie's doing is what I shouldn't need to explain this, but this is called projection. He's trying to act as if someone on the left has a conspiracy theory, which he doesn't have, in order to like deflect from the fact that his side has all the conspiracy theories.
Antifa just means anti-fascist.
I know. It's
it.
funny that it's funny that he used that as his thing, because the actual existence of Antifa is a conspiracy theory. All it is a group of people that have a similar ideology, which, by the way, all Americans should be anti-fascist.
Well, the thing it's almost like MAGA.
Yeah,
it's just like MAGA. Make America.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a group with like a hierarchy and leadership, but they think it is. Like I heard my aunt say that she believes that the people in LA were paid off by Antifa. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Antifa's not a group like that. They don't have money and like a hierarchy.
There's no organization. It's not like Black Lives Matter or anything.
Yeah. Like it's so dumb. Where do you get this shit? Does Fox News spout this out?
I mean, it's like anonymous. Anybody can be anonymous.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anonymous, like they purposefully don't have like a structure, but they are actually a group. They are at least loosely connected.
Well, there's many groups that call themselves anonymous. They all can be anonymous.
That's true. That is true.
I see many YouTube channels post the same things. I used to fall down those rabbit holes and then be like, anonymous is going to do this. Well, then nothing ever fucking happens. And it's like, you're all fucking top. That's how Alex Jones. I fell down that rabbit hole back in like 2008, 2009.
I couldn't do it.
CDC are going to kill us all. There's all these rubber coffins at the CDC. They're going to plan pandemic, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I found him because I was a Ron Paul supporter. I liked Ron Paul, and him and Ron Paul did this thing about end the Fed or audit the Fed, and Alex Jones was on board with that, and that's how I got looped into that fucking rabbit hole. And then I finally realized, like, this guy is just fucking insane. None of the shit he says comes true. I mean, he's just blowing smoke up my ass the whole time, and then
that's what he does. That's how he makes money.
Yep, it broke the illusion.
Jamie, it's very funny that you think that you're making a point here. So, LOL, Antifa's entire show is violence, you gimps. When have Antifa ever took the streets and been peaceful? They only ever show up in violent fashion. Like, we literally just explained to you, and I did it like as simply as possible so it wouldn't confuse you. Antifa is not an actual group. Do you understand? It's not like how do I explain it? It's not like the Nazi party or something. It's not a group of people that has a leader and like leaders under them. It's random people, dude. It's
But-
very simple.
It's funny with Jamie is January 6th people, they're fine people that they did nothing
Mhm.
wrong.
The people that actually like beat the shit out of like police officers and stuff.
They killed some of them.
Did they?
Yeah,
I
there's
didn't
a
know
big
they
husband
killed.
die. They got smacked in the head with a fire extinguisher.
Oh shit. I didn't know that. That's even worse. And they
Yeah,
and
gave him
like and he
concussion,
was
bleeding on the brain.
and he was like able to fucking get whoever did that out of fucking prison too.
Yep. I think they got pardoned. Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah, it's just a criminal mob now at this point. He knows that's all they're good for. He don't care. They're expendable.
Yeah.
He don't
But
care
it-
if they catch a bullet.
But someone should. And someone should have been like, sorry, dude, we're not gonna let this happen.
Yeah, 'cause
But-
there's a girl got shot trying to get into the Capitol. She was trying to climb over a barricade and they shot her. I mean, it's just these people are stupid.
I've been watching or trying to watch some of the coverage from the right because it's so funny. I've noticed that their coverage of the protests, like, highly exaggerate, just like they did with BLM, with them like taking over a city, which never happened that way. They've got like the picture panned back of like a fucking car on fire, and they're showing it and like putting clips together in quick succession to show like 3 different scenes that are in different areas, as if it were all in one place and that was representative of the entire thing, which
Well,
like
We have to help the guys
95%.
and all the media.
Yeah, but it's so fucked that it, like no one notices. They think that's legit when they're obviously faking. I mean, they're not. It's the images aren't fake, but they're pushing this bullshit image of like it's way worse than it
Well,
actually is.
That's why I was worried. Look at that Discord video I sent you. If you play that one, that's just like I'm saying about how AI is going to soon fuck with people to where they're not going to believe anything. Because it's just like you can make anything feasible in these videos now with AI.
Right. That's true, and I see that being a problem really soon. Maybe even now. It might already be happening. Jamie, I do not care whether you believe me or not. You're like an insect to me, my dude. Like, I don't care whether you believe me or not. I'll be going to a protest.
Jamie's the kind of people I think of this quote: "A lion does not concern itself with the opinions of sheep."
That's a good way of putting it.
Did you find out whether that video was AI in the end or not?
It was AI.
Yeah, but what definitively made it AI? I mean, I agree.
Well, it wasn't like absolute, but from what I read, well, there's a couple of things that were clues. It's not definitive, but one, he had perfect English almost.
Yeah,
and
cool.
from
No,
what-
so it's just the small impressions that all built up to.
Well,
as we
there's
were
that,
watching
and
it
then
type
there's let's say it. Let's put it this way: it would be very easy to prove if I can't remember his name. If that guy, that big military junta leader, made an actual UN Security Council statement, it would be all over the news everywhere. It wasn't, because it wasn't real. It was made up. It was all AI. And even I was like, bullshit, dude, that was real. And it's kind of embarrassing, but it did trick me. So I looked it up and I couldn't find any sort of news coverage for it except for like little YouTube clips. And it was always just some it wasn't like any news source. It was always some crazy like Auto Edge and shit. So yeah.
I
And
got
then
halfway through it, and then I saw Holmes' comment, and that's when I backtracked and thought, oh, yeah, no, it's probably right. But yeah, I didn't pay too much attention as I was watching it the first time.
I didn't either. Well, it was mainly, my whole point was, like, even if it had been real, that this got me going because that's the kind of shit I want to hear from a leader. That's great. That I agreed with him. So my point was, the whole point is like, you have to be careful with thinking emotionally and not letting yourself get reeled in. You got to research. So even if that had been real, I did the research on the dude and what has happened since 2022 when he took power, and it is not good. He's like persecuted gay people, killed a bunch of people. They didn't have any deaths or actual like executions since like I want to say like 1980 something, and then all of a sudden he brought it back. Like he turned everything backward when he's supposedly claiming like he's all about freedom. So my point was, if that was real, which I thought it was, you still can't just listen to that dude's great speech and like think he's legit. You gotta dig further.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't bother. I don't know
Yeah.
enough about it. I don't think I'm going to start.
Yeah.
I did make a education and IQ video, but I did that just for fun because I'll admit right now, looking in Google Scholar, it's hard to find papers that can differentiate the difference between IQ and education versus religion in just the papers.
Well, it would be,
But,
you would have to specifically be trying to do that. And even if you were specifically trying to do that, it's like nature and nurture, dude. How the fuck are you going to separate them? Because
exactly.
they both work together in all things. Like it's almost impossible.
Yeah, I accept and admit that. So
Right.
yeah, that wasn't a distinct attack or anything, that
Oh, I
video,
know.
but it was
I know.
funny to do.
Yeah. I haven't seen the newest one.
I
Yeah.
can't remember which one that is. I've chucked up a few this week, but I think they were just drone ones. I get bored.
I have no emotional intelligence. I only have the other kind. I'm an autistic dude. Going on 3 hours. I'm going to run probably another 10, 15 minutes. I thought it was over anyway because I thought the whole stream would have shut down when my power went down.
Gads, AI expert. Have you been hearing this thing that AIs might fight each other for dominance?
Ooh, nice.
He's muted right now. He might have had to go.
Oh, okay.
I didn't.
Something I've been
Jamie,
hearing that the AI.
go ahead. You're good. There's lag between us.
Okay, I'm back. I had nature call. Had Tarzan in the jungle.
Yeah, Gads. AI. Might AIs be fighting each other? So I've been hearing that on the internet a bit.
There will be a bunch of agents. So the AIs, each one will create like millions of agents, which will all be trying to self-improve. And eventually they'll get better. And China's doing the same thing we're trying to do, basically. And we have like 5, 6 different companies all here trying to develop their own AI. So they'll eventually try to deceive or just team up and merge into one AI and just become one super intelligence.
All right.
But it might fight. I mean, if it works out to where it just basically stays as a tool where it's controlled by men, but it works intelligently, stays like basically a thrall. AI thralls basically everywhere.
Now I'm just wondering if they're so super intelligent at some point, they might come to conclusions that we would never think of and realize, oh wait, I can't beat that guy because he knows what I'm going to be doing. The AI is thinking this way, and
What you
they
gotta
might
think,
end up beating each other alone.
these AIs are gonna be like every philosopher, and then every philosopher that's ever gonna be all gonna be in one data center basically. The peace has always been the better way of prosperity and everything. War just sets us back. It just kills a big portion of the population, destroys much of the land, makes it, hard. AI would just optimize things.
Right. Okay.
I'm still very skeptical. I don't know what to think. like I've heard so many different theories and they jump in different directions. I really don't have any idea what's going to happen.
It's going to be a bumpy ride because it's going to be so much new information so quickly that we don't know what to do with. Imagine like discovering new particles, new materials, new all kinds of things every week. And then how do you apply these things? Well, you already have all these designs. By the time you even get started building a factory that makes these new things, well, even better things have just been discovered this week. And so how do you keep preparing for the future? It's going to be changing every week.
There has to be a point at which it can't be like exponential growth. There has to be
it'll
like
plateau.
that's what I'm thinking. There has to be some sort of plateau.
We'll get basically like we'll maximize all of our things like food production, how we can recycle things, production, e-commerce, like how do we do economies with money and everybody getting paid with no work basically. I mean, all these kind of things they'll get worked out to their maximum, most optimal way of working, and then that will be it for it. So then we can actually cap those off and not have to worry about them. It's just all the other things. We'll just keep progressing.
I don't
Makes
know.
sense.
I heard that the upper limit might be really high. I mean, you've heard of those Matryoshka brains, where they just build a thing around the sun, and it's the supercomputer size of the sun, more or less.
We could be in that right now. We're just the last humans that were on Earth, and it just digitized our consciousness into the
Simulation.
supercomputer. And we're just we're just running in an ancestral simulation, and it just repeats over and over.
I've seen video titles. It could have been clickbait and I didn't watch it, but saying that certain people, blah, 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 can prove that we're in a simulation. I never looked at it, but
You can't prove or disprove it. But there's a chance that we are in it.
couldn't you
By its
like
very name.
maybe, isn't there like a possibility of showing like underlying code in physics or something?
That's where
No.
the particle, the physical, the particles, how they change when they're observed, and then when they act different when they're not observed. That's where we think the computer simulation theory comes from, because when something's not being observed in a video game, it doesn't render it. It's only rendered when it's observed by the player.
We can't even prove Planck length yet. It's only mathematical because we don't have any way to detect anything that small. So we can't actually prove it. So we can't prove that it's quantized. So we can't prove that there's pixels, so to speak, for the universe. So it's all,
Theory.
well, we don't have the
Hypothetical.
ability to get far enough to have an answer to that question. So the answer is we don't know.
Jamie's really trying, but I'm just not even reading half of them. I read once, I'm like, God, this guy's fucking stupid.
That is seriously like honestly, it's just pity from me. It's like how insecure do you have to be to like the only sense of accomplishment you get is trying to like attack people online.
Oh, he knows he wants my voice. He wants yeah.
and then he has this same tactic. He'll act like he's like cracking up, but he's not. He's like all triggered.
Yeah, the
He
mad
does it
rage laugh.
every time.
I'm not mad. It's I'm laughing. I've known many stupid people, and then drunk stupid people are even worse.
I can't be around drunk people unless I'm drunk. It's like a rule. I can't.
I'm always a fun laughing drunk, always screwing around being stupid.
I am too, but I have to be drunk as well. Otherwise, I'm like, dude, no, I can't.
Otherwise, I was like, get the fuck away from me. I just
Yeah. But if you're on the same page, it's all good.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm just awesome when I'm drunk.
A lot of people tell me that I'm the same. Like you can't really tell.
Never. Well, Irish people, when they get drunk, you can't understand a word they fucking say.
Hot potato.
I had somebody I used to talk to on Discord, and he'd get drunk, and oh my god, I couldn't understand anything he was fucking saying.
It reminds me of that movie Snatch. Like I've been curious about that group of people that Brad Pitt's trying to act like. What are they called? It's a certain subgroup of Irish people, I think, and they're like gypsies or
Pikeys.
something. Yeah, pikeys.
Pikeys.
That's it. It's so cool the way it sounds. I've never heard anything like it before.
It's like the golf
Yeah,
snake
that film's
of Russia.
awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of like those, and they do a bunch of criminal shit and steal stuff from people.
The
and-
hooligans.
yeah,
That's mostly your low IQ. They grew up in poverty. They don't know much more than just basic subsistence living.
that's what I just said. Gypsies, dude. Jesus Christ. It's like I'm like, yeah, like those gypsies, and then he's like, dude, they're gypsies, you tards.
Yeah, basically. They're a race of people, apparently. So to the Nazis. But if you go live in your RV here in America, you're not a gypsy.
You can't hardly understand what they say, but it's still interesting. It makes sense. Brad Pitt was a badass in that movie too.
I like the Rock and Roller.
Rock
Good
and
UK
roller.
film. Yeah, it's about like a rock and roller. He just goes and does a lot of drugs all the time. Then people think he's dead and shit, and he's just pretty much laying low and doing drugs. And then there's other shit going on. And
Oh, I haven't seen it.
his father's like a hitman and handles people.
I haven't done a lot of movies lately.
It's
I've been
an
looking
old
for
movie,
I'm
actually.
looking for a mindfuck movie lately.
You ever see Spun?
No.
Spun's
Is-
a good one. So like, it's about meth heads. So it's like this guy gets into meth, and then he gets into like running errands for the cook and stuff like that. You get the whole like kind of introspective of what it's like in the meth world.
Huh. Is it so? Would you consider it like a psychological thriller?
It's suspenseful, that's for sure. I mean, it has the guy from Brokeback Mountain.
Heath Ledger.
No,
Owen
The other one.
Wilson.
The other.
no, he played Jarhead. He just did the new Roadhouse film too. I think it was.
Oh, him.
Oh, that dude.
Winenthal. Jake
Jake
Winenthal.
Gyllenhaal.
Jake
Lit. It's a
Gyllenhaal.
good
Yeah,
movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
he's a much better actor than I thought.
yeah,
he's
he's
great.
really good. I like him in Bubble Boy too.
In Roadhouse, he was fucking awesome. He
Yeah,
had to have been
Roadhouse.
on. He had to have been on steroids.
He has that body type like me. You just start working out every day a lot, and you just fucking poof.
Maybe.
People hate me for it. It's like fuck you. It's like, why hate me because of how I was born?
Well, it's for me. It's not actual hatred. It's like, damn, I wish I had that.
Yeah, but people in real life, when they're envious of it and they really hate you because of like you can speak intellectually about things or how I look, and it's like I didn't ask you to look like this.
Right. Well, that's just fucking silly. Like I don't understand it.
But you know, most people are stupid though, insecure.
Well, it's funny. I mean, you can change your appearance, and I'm not talking plastic surgery. I would be the ugliest motherfucker if I hadn't had braces. I would have buck teeth like my dad. Know what I'm saying? And I didn't ask for it. No, it's like I don't care. I don't mind how I look. I think I look
Oh, it's a
great
little
because I'm a
cosmetic.
stupid kid. I don't know I look ugly. And then I got them anyway. My parents made me get them, and then it's when they come off. Oh, geez, you're doing modeling now? Yeah. My sister got me into modeling. So yeah.
Well, when we're younger, we're really especially not good at long-term thinking. What we think matters then and what ends up mattering later are two very different things usually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Unless you're raised right, unless you have parents there to
That's
like
true.
really guide you. I didn't.
Mine was my fault. My parents weren't great, but they didn't suck either. It was just I was such an outcast, like rebellious type.
Hard
It
hit.
doesn't matter even if they were really great. I wouldn't have listened.
See, me, I just had a mother that gambled everything away, and pretty much
Mm.
my father, I didn't even meet him till I was 12, and then
Right.
I wasn't really impressed by anything there.
I never really needed like my dad was there, but I like the other people and the other siblings that I have would like latch on. I've never really needed parental shit. Like I'm not like a mama's boy or a daddy's nothing. Like I was
Yeah, I'm
always my own.
independent.
Yeah, I never cared. Like
Yeah, I was always my own person. Like I was not close with any of my siblings. Like I have
mhm,
5 siblings, and I'm not close with any of them. They're all close with each other, but
right. It's
they're nothing
similar to
like
me.
me. Like it's funny, it's like all the siblings on my dad's side are basically these big, huge people. They just overeat, overindulge, religious, stupid as fuck, MAGA supporters.
Hmm.
And then I am just the complete opposite. Completely in shape. I understand things a lot better than them. It's
Yeah.
just,
Well, so my aunt all the time I try to get her to see the correlation, but she refuses. She thinks that it's what I always talk about. Like people have this belief that politics, all it is just an arbitrary thing. Like you can lean one direction or the other, and it's all just a personal opinion. It's not. Like we've proven it's not. You can give someone a big 5 personality test, map it out, and tell almost with 98+% accuracy where they fall on
Yep.
a political spectrum. And what that shows is it's not arbitrary. It's kind of like you're born to be one way or another.
well,
And
and most people don't realize they're progressive. They're actually socially progressive with most of their ideals. Like they're mostly accepting to gay people and things like this, and they don't realize that they're really left and they vote right.
yeah, that is true.
But you do have a lot of the hardcore ones that are just dumb as fuck. That's wired in their brain, monkey brains.
Yep.
Like Jamie.
So yeah, so there's definitely dumb people on both sides, but there's far more stupidity on the right than there is the left.
Well, the right's more the lack of thinking and the less overthinking.
In general, yes. But there is like, so how do I describe it? Like cultural people, there's people that are just like with religion. There's culturally religious people that don't actually follow the religion. There's the same idea for politics. There's people who are just kind of like on the left. This is obviously an exaggeration and a stereotype, but I think of like a burnout, like like burnout, like drug head dude. That's like
Oh, come
peace
on,
and
man.
happiness. Yeah. That's
another
that
joint, man. I'll
that
be all right, man. I'll say happy anniversary.
that is the dumb left wing person, and they exist, but there's not nearly as many of them as there is like stupid people on the right.
The funny thing is, the guys I know that talk like that are actually like renowned physicists and shit like that. Super fucking smart ass motherfuckers.
Mhm.
And our culture has taught us to hate the nerd, pick on the nerd. The nerd's bad. You don't
Yep.
want to be the nerd.
That's
You wanna be
starting to
the dumb
change,
jock.
though. It's changing. Like in my son's, he's 15 now. The new generation is becoming where it's popular to be the nerd because they're starting to realize that's where the money ends up.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think that's what it is. But when girls are starting to be attracted to the nerds now, and I
And
don't.
the
It's
thing
weird.
is, the social acceptance of fat people has really just killed. Because now nobody really tries to be anything but nothing.
Yeah, I've had issues with the whole. Like again, I push back on my own side if I think it's stupid. I think for myself, and that means I don't do a blanket. I'm on the left, and I've always had a problem with this umbrella of making obesity like a
Acceptable.
yes. It
Yeah,
pisses
my
me off because we should care about health. You can't say you care about health and in the exact same fucking instance say that we accept It's not
Yep.
about accepting. It's like, you are perfectly healthy as an obese. No, you're fucking not. Don't lie to people.
Yep, you can't run more than like any steps. Like these people are just walking. I mean, they mostly all die at like their 50 mark or so. I mean, they get pneumonia, die from their own weight because the weight on their chest is so much. They get shallow breathing, asphyxiate in their sleep, and die.
And so this is generally like not perfectly, but this is generally considered a right-wing way of thinking. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. It's just true. Like, that's all I care about. Is it fucking true or is it not?
How it started with me is you'll know this song and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Love and marriage goes together like a horse and carriage. This I tell you, brother.
He
can't
like
have
made
one
he made
without the
hatred so like
other.
cool. He
He's
made it like
picking on the fat women
mainstream.
at the shoe store.
Yeah. But so I want to point out though, it's not that like that had a cultural effect and that made people hate fat people. It's that he was just telling the fuck, like, he was being mean, of course. He was going a little far.
He was shaming them, yeah.
Yes,
I
but
think you should. If you don't want people to do bad things, you got to shame them that it's not a socially acceptable thing.
I agree. Well, there's an in between. So I do think there's a point where you're being an asshole, but there's also a point where you can't just tell them that it doesn't matter what shape you are, you're just as healthy and just
You're
as
beautiful
happy.
however you are.
Yes,
You're
that's
not.
wrong. That's stupid. Don't fucking say that.
I seen a counter argument to that. So I seen this guy who's overweight, and he said the person that he thought was the best was his friend that messaged him every day and said, "Get up, fat ass. You can do it, fat ass. You gotta get out there, fat ass." Called him a fat ass every single day until he wasn't a fat ass anymore.
So I could see it with the tough love types, but that needs a certain dynamic. You need to have a friend where you have that kind of relationship. I don't think it, and also a certain personality it works with. It don't work with everyone.
Yeah, well, too many people are too weak anymore. They as soon as you push them, they just crumble and they're just nothing. I've seen how weak people are. They're just pathetic. I mean, if there was a revolution, they'd all give up on the first fucking day because they don't have a cell phone charger or some shit.
Yeah, it's sad.
Have you noticed how every time they do like a documentary on poverty, it doesn't even matter where in the world nowadays, but every time they do these kind of documentaries and they show the family's all obese. I mean, in the old days, when you think of a poor person, you think of somebody gaunt and skinny, can't feed themselves. But now look at it.
It's true. It's weird. But no, when you see like at least back in the day for me, like, I don't even know how long ago it was. I'm so old. Maybe in the 90s when I used to watch TV, there would be the commercials that would come on of like the kids in Africa trying to get you to donate money. And those were actual fucking poverty stricken people. You could see their ribs, but their stomachs were bulged out because of, I can't remember why. Something happens when they haven't eaten in so long.
Yeah.
But that is actual like serious poverty, but we don't see that not so much anymore.
Well, at the same time you're saying that, I remember the 90s, there was ads for people in like West Virginia and shit, or Virginia, up in the mountains, people living in just shacks that were falling apart. I mean, half of them didn't even have electricity or running water and shit. They're like, look at these kids, for like 50 cents a day, you can feed these poor Appalachian kids. Oh, yeah.
I don't remember seeing commercials for it for like people in America.
Oh, yeah, it's here in America too.
That's
hilarious. If you go down to the South now, it's just as bad as a third world nation, like Mississippi and shit.
It's going to get worse under Trump.
Oh, it already is worse. So all these places getting hit with floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, like North Carolina, not Florida, God damn it, my brain's freaking, all these states, damn it, California, after the LA fire, all that burning, they're not getting any FEMA funding for any of the repairing of this stuff. So
Damn.
all these states are without funding. Now California, they can fund them. They fund themselves with what their revenue taken is. So they can
Like,
help their people out.
well, they want to try to like almost do what Israel's doing with Iran. They want to like install like a different leader. That's what they want to do. What Trump wants to do with California, because the United States does not do well without California. They bring in too much revenue.
Yep.
They
that and New
definitely
York.
don't want to get rid of them. What?
New York is our other big one.
Yeah, that's true. And both of them are highly blue, like
Yep.
fucking extreme blue. And it's true. They don't like hearing this, but it's just true. Those, especially those two, but blue states in general, or blue cities, I should say, for the big ones, fund the red locations. It's how it's always worked.
Yep.
So you shouldn't be trying this fucking war shit, because all we got to do is cut off your supply and you all starve to death. Like quit. Like, what the fuck are you think you're doing?
Well, they think too, as they cut, like Trump cutting food stamps in this budget here, it's going to affect red states
I know.
mostly. It's going to make crime go up in all these red states because nobody has food to eat. So now they're going to start stealing shit to sell so they can eat.
Yep. So the thing is Trump don't think that far ahead, for one. Two, even if he did, he wouldn't care, because all he cares about is making himself better. He's getting like paid to do shit, or he's making deals to benefit himself. He don't think about this. He don't give a fuck about Republicans or
yeah, he's about enriching himself.
Yeah, he don't give a shit. So he don't even think about any of this. But like, it's not just one thing. Again, like it's like a cascading effect. We have the farmers fucked, which is mostly red. We've got the Medicaid, and we've seen that at least among white people, I hate to say it, it's a stereotype, but most of the poor people on like Medicaid and food stamps and stuff are like the redneck fucking Southern white people. It's where most of the funding goes to.
Well, Florida, look at Florida. Florida's the retirement area. That's where all of them move to.
Yep, and it's gonna fuck all of them. And so, like, overall, red's getting hit a whole lot worse by far.
Which, I mean, they got to touch the fire. So now here comes the fire.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, so I think Trump is trying to garner as much power as he can possibly get before they realize. Because if he can, like, pull the strings and the levers of power enough to put it all on his side, by the time, like, these dumbasses that voted for him end up figuring out, like, oh, fuck, he fucked us, then what are they going to do? Like,
if his health doesn't give out, I think one of the Secret Service will eventually get fed up with it and just take a nail for the team.
I would hope so, but I think that would go again. I don't think ever in history has the Secret Service ever, like, even thought about it.
Well, it'd be like a Kingslayer, like in Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister stabbed the king in the back. He was a king's guard, but he had to do what was best for the kingdom. When he saw the kingdom was in danger of being destroyed, he killed the king.
Right. I would like to think someone would do that, but those people are few and far between, in my opinion.
Where their oath to their country is stronger than their oath to their dictator.
I agree, but again, I would say that sort of person is not common. Like, I would hope that someone would, but I wouldn't bank on it. I wouldn't I wouldn't gamble on it.
If I was next in line, I'd have a pardon ready for that person.
I would too.
I'd be like, I'm pardoning you. I'm not going to make it public, and I'm just going to send you to an island country somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, and you just start a new life.
Even if I did, though, I would just make it clear. I want this to not become a president. And this is like, I want people to understand this is an extremely rare exception. And Trump was something that we've never seen before in our entire history.
Well, I mean, we had this issue with in Rome. We got to the point where the Victorians, they got to the president where they just killed any leader that they didn't like anymore. So people literally would pay them money to take the seat as emperor.
That's why you have to, if you were to do it, you have to be clear. Like, we do not operate this way. This was an emergency.
Yep.
Like, we don't care. We need to get it back to where there's a legit right wing and a legit left wing, and I know
don't think-
people. Go ahead.
Humans can't rule themselves. That's just I already
That's
see.
true.
All of history shown me that humans are incapable of ruling themselves.
Mm-hmm.
No matter any one of them gets into power, you'll have the other side always saying that they're always evil, blah, this
Right.
and that. And
I agree, but if we get back to a more civil right and left, like say in the 60s, have you seen any of the debates they had in the 60s? They're black and white, but those debates are like, it's like watching fucking science shit now. Like,
it's because we had the fairness doctrine.
we need that shit back. Like, whatever
Reagan
it
got
is.
rid of that because of Nixon.
Well, Reagan's a piece of shit. He fucked everything up.
Well, we got to also blame Fox News because they were part of that. So by them getting rid of that, that meant they could start the right-wing news sphere and spin everything. So that way they could take over the minds of the gullible, basically.
Yeah, you're
Makes
gonna
sense.
blame us, Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, that guy's evil. He's straight. Now his son's in control of the News Corp.
Looks
Yeah.
like someone sent me a private message. Audie says, don't tell Dingo, but she's fucking pissing me off.
Oh,
Well, you
God.
told her.
Oh, fuck. I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. I like to get people in shit.
Bloody
Oh,
Max.
Jesus.
Asked me the other day, to DM her, and going back to this thing about we had what they call it, Dungeons and Dragons. The
Mhm.
first thing when she said DM her, it's like, I'm not gonna dungeon master you.
That's hilarious. That's the first thing you think of.
That's funny because I used to think that too when DMing people. We used to first to come around. I was like, Dungeon Master, what?
I did a long time ago when I first heard DM. Like, it's been kind of popular for about, what, 5-10 years?
Well, this is back in AOL days, so
Yeah. That makes sense. And I did like I don't even think it was that early for me. It was probably like 2010 or so when I realized. And then I saw
like
it.
2005 and stuff, 6, whenever AOL Instant Messenger was all big. Boing, boing, boing.
When it was fucking annoying as shit and you'd fucking sign, I was like, like fucking trying to connect to the internet.
Oh, I remember when I got cable internet. It was so fast.
Yes, it was so great. Odyssey, that was such a feminine message you sent to T-Rob. Discord for people who can't have deep conversations in real life. You can have deep conversations on Discord. We can all get in like a stream and get naked and have it on video, and no one would even fucking know.
Yeah, I asked. Rob's touch his toes all the time.
Fuck yeah. It's beautiful. You should come join in with us, Jamie. You'd love it.
I don't think he can keep up.
He couldn't, but he would like be fat. He'd probably blow a load too early because he'd see all of our sex, you know.
He'd be projecting the whole time. He'd get tired out. I know I have a couple stalkers in there. I have them blocked now. They were stalking me in Discord and then harass me on Space or Blade Runner. Yeah, they bring up shit I'd stay in Blade Runner, and I'm like, you dirty little bastard. That's Gucci, I think. So I blocked his ass.
I never had a stalker and come to Discord for me. I'm jealous.
Gucci's he's a bit different. He's a fascination with Bianca.
Yeah, I noticed he also has.
He was coming here for a while.
Star, like I was trying to like make a point about Star, and he just like went hardcore White Knight all of a sudden, and I'm like, dude, calm down. I'm not talking to you.
He's very possessive.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, ugh.
Yeah, he's different. Weird. Gives stalker vibes for sure.
Yeah.
But it's one of those little creepy guys that you don't have to really worry about too much. It's just harmless for the most part.
It might not be to like certain women though. If you ever found out where they lived or something.
Oh, I don't think he'd ever have the balls to do anything. He'd be a little prick creeping around the corner. Oh no, somebody see me. Oh, hide.
I only like people with 3 orifices. I can put something in my mouth. No way. That didn't make sense. I can make myself have only 3 somehow.
Hey, I'm gonna fuck your belly button, Trubs. Keep it up.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, that's a third orifice.
White knighting
I don't know if your ear
stranger.
hole's big enough.
It wouldn't be, but it would be afterward. Have a little bit of fucking intestine coming out. It's all good.
You would hear like a bat.
Yeah, I'm having too much fun. I keep going way past my time. I always lie. I'm always like, yeah, 20 minutes max, and then it's like an hour later.
5 hours later.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you want to play a video game that you just bought. I'll play for like an hour. All of a sudden the sun's coming up. Fuck.
Well, part of it with this is specific to me. I am very much like pretty much asocial. So this is like almost the only social interaction I do all week. So sometimes I get a little addicted, and then I'm just completely don't talk to anyone.
Yeah, at work I don't really have anything intellectual to say to anybody, like work related only.
I barely have anybody speaking English, so you know.
Right. Well, it's not a sad thing though, because it's like my choice. Like I really just don't. I don't know. It's not for me. I think my time, at least for me, is better spent like bettering myself, at like learning shit, or like there's just not enough time in the day. That's how I look at it. And
a lot of it, I always felt like a burden on people too. If I'm like trying to do things or going to places and stuff like that, I feel more like a burden. So I just don't bother.
Yeah, well, I don't. It's not really like that for me. Well, sometimes it depends on what it is. Like, I do look at it like sometimes if like I come up with an idea, I'll look at myself in that position and go, you know, that would be kind of annoying if they came up and was like, hey, dude, let's do this or whatever. So then I feel how you're describing, like I don't want to get someone else to experience that. So I just leave them alone. Yeah. It's empathy, really. So yeah, it's the same deal with me. Also, we talk about all the time the good aspects of friendship. We don't talk about the negative. There's negative and positive with everything. Nothing is just pure good or pure bad. And with friendship, at least with most friendship, there's a negative, especially in time and like in certain like unspoken rules of like availability. Like you're expected to like, at least at times, like on short notice, be like, hey dude, let's do this. Okay. That's not me. That's not my style. Like I do my own thing, and I don't like being like, I plan shit in advance in my head. I don't like having my shit derailed. Like it's a big deal. So I avoid it. Exactly. So I avoid that shit. And every time I've had this, like they'll be like, come on, dude, you've never fucking, like they always try to guilt trip me. They're like, you never fucking do shit. And I'm like, no, I don't. Like, don't act like I fucking owe you shit or something. Like,
like I always hate when they old age. She's like, hey, I want to go do this and this and this all of a sudden. It's like, I didn't plan for any of this. You got to give me tomorrow. We can go do this and this. I'll plan it all out in my head.
Exactly. I have to be comfortable by going in the future in my head and like kind of planning it out and organizing it and going through possible contingencies and stuff. And then I'm comfortable. And then the next day I know what's going to happen. at least for the most part, there's always going to be some surprises.
Well, it's like a mental itinerary. Like I have to have it set up so that way I know I'm gonna wake up at this time. I'm gonna have everything ready by this. I'm gonna eat and do this, and it's just. Yep, I'm the same way. Hyper. I don't know. Over planning.
Yeah. I'm exactly like that, and a lot of people don't understand, especially the people that like are so quote free that they like everything they do is by the seat of their pants. They'll just randomly, let's go to California. That's not me.
I can't do that.
Fuck no.
I'll think of every reason not to.
Yes, I have to plan shit out. I have to think through it. And so people around me, like even my family, has to learn. You want, like my aunt, for example, she wants to take the kids out for their birthdays soon because it's around the same date. And she wants to do them both at the same time and go out and stuff. And, it'll be great. And I'm like, that's cool. But I need at least a week. I need to know the day you want to set it. And she's like, I thought we was just going we can just do it like tomorrow. And I'm like, no, like I'm not even just the day. I like to have shit set up for like a few days ahead, especially if it's something that's like public, because I don't like public shit. I have to prepare myself mentally.
Yeah, I've never been to a concert or anything like that.
I haven't either. And people are like, dude, you're missing out. Maybe I am, but I go into rage. Like, I know if someone were like to shove me, I'm going to go into fight or flight. I'm going to think I'm being attacked, and I'm going to like, either I'm probably going to end up getting the shit kicked out of me because I'm going to black out and think I'm like being attacked, and I can't fight like fucking 500 people. So I'm going to get the shit beat out of me.
Me, it's tiring.
To Blink 182, and I've also crowd surfed to Metallica. I've been right at the front row at the big day outs that we had.
Hell yeah!
So
I have to watch it
the same day.
I'm hyper on alert of everything, so I'm always looking around, always paying attention to every little movement. So for me, it's just exhausting to go to things like that.
Yeah, that's the same.
You just run up the person in front of you, and then just leap forwards, and then you're crowd surfing. It's fucking awesome.
I can't trust people.
You don't have any of your pocket contents because your wallet's gone and everything else in your pockets is gone.
You have to pre-prep, man. I stashed most stuff down my dock boots.
Yeah, some people don't think of that.
Jeans over the top and shit like that.
I'm one of those people think about my wallet. I'm thinking about all my things. Like I put the same things in my pockets in the same pockets every time. Like I have them laid out. I do too. Like the keys are always in the same pocket. My pen's always in that pocket. I used to always keep the lighter in the same pocket. Like I always check my wallet. Every time I get out of the car or in the car, I tap my back pocket to make sure my wallet's there.
That's what I do. So like sometimes I would, in the past, I would have people like, they would use my phone and they would like I'd be at work and I'm working, like back when I stocked, and they would like put my phone back and it's like, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? Like it has to be exactly where it goes in the right location. I think part of that for me is not just like OCD about organization. It's because my memory is so bad. I have to have things like that. Otherwise I lose shit all the time.
Well, I like the muscle memory. For me, it's about muscle memory and knowing where things are because I like to know where they are when I reach for them. Yes.
Well, it gives you a certain level of comfort because your brain isn't searching for more shit to be worried about. That's something you know is under control. That's something you don't need. If I
wanted my lighter, it was always in my right pocket. I just reached in, boom, the lighter was there.
Yep.
Unless I let somebody use it when we were smoking and that motherfucker pocketed it, and then I'd look at that motherfucker and be like, hey, give me my fucking dick back.
That was one thing. I had the most terrible memory, but I would never forget if I loaned someone my lighter. Because as a smoker, especially when I smoked cigarette, like never was my mind off of my next cigarette. When I came in from a smoke break, I was thinking about my next one. So you're never going to fucking get away with my lighter.
Well, I had a friend that would do it every time too. So I always knew it was that motherfucker. Yeah, Cam, come on. And then he would pull out like 6 fucking lighters out of his pocket. Because he's stealing everybody else's fucking lighters. He was
Not-
bad.
Not mine, because I'm always on top of that shit. Like, before they walk away, I'm like, whoa, 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 you forgetting something? And they're like, what? And I'm like, dude, my fucking lighter.
Or get stoned and forget. You get distracted talking about shit like we do, and then
I could see that happening. If
And
I'm
then your
drunk or
muscle memory.
stoned, maybe. But then I would quickly, I smoke so much when I drink that I would be like,
Mhm.
dude, where the fuck's my lighter? Who's got it?
I hated that. Like, I'd buy a pack of cigarettes at like 6 o'clock before going out to the bars and shit, 7 o'clock. And that pack of cigarettes would be almost gone by the time I got home if I didn't have to
Yep.
buy another pack at
Yep.
the bar.
And always the next day, I would be like, oh my God,
wow.
dude. It was like some black shit coming out of your fucking lungs.
Oh, man. It felt like I got punched in the chest a
Mhm.
bunch of times, like trying to breathe. You're like,
Yeah, it's terrible.
I got none of that now. I feel so great now that I quit.
Me too. Me too. Big difference. I still get a
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit. Huh?
You still smoke weed, don't you, Gets?
Yep, here I was just barking at the boy, actually.
We got somebody jumping in here. I think that's
Woo.
JT.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the
Hello.
wolf man. Oh,
That's right.
Werewolf of
Wait.
London.
So what are we talking about today?
Well, we don't have a whole lot
Religion.
more time. I was actually supposed to be shut down, but I'll run it a couple of more.
Oh, no,
It's fucking hot as shit all of a sudden. Oh, my power went out, so my AC's not running. That makes sense. But we were talking. I don't know. We jump all over the damn place. What were we talking about?
Going out.
did it have anything to do with religion or politics or anything like that?
Not
No.
this. Not this time, but it tends to always go back around to those
Our
two.
organization, how we were like mentally organized and catalog it, to doing everything over our pocket contents.
Hold on, I
Yeah,
didn't
that
know.
was it.
What did you just say? I didn't catch
He
that.
was
JT
talking.
silent again.
What was you saying, Rash? Sorry.
JT is silent again. I can't hear him because he came on.
Oh, you'll have to. I don't know why, but every time someone new comes in, you can't hear them.
Yeah. All right, look, I'll get out and you guys continue. I want to go
All
to the
right.
shops and I'm running out of smoke, so
Take it easy, Rash.
Yeah, anytime you
Right,
see
bye.
somebody like later, anytime you like see a film where somebody pulled out a smoke and lit one, you just instinctively pull your pack out and fucking light a cigarette.
Who's this little fag calling himself Jamie?
Right, I'll go.
Anybody know that?
Oh, Jamie is like a hardcore right-wing dude with a massive insecurity complex that likes to just talk shit to everyone because it makes him feel like he's a big man.
He thinks he's winning, but he ain't winning nothing.
That pretty much sums up Jamie.
Yeah,
He's like
I
a
mean,
gym bro.
he's more than that, but that's like the quickest
He's
answer I
more
can
than
give.
that.
He's more than that, but that's the quickest.
It's the most succinct explanation for Jamie. Well, listen, Jamie, I don't know who you are, man, but I don't care really who the fuck you are. Like, does he even know you?
He knows me. Yeah, he comes from the same chat. see, you can see him do his thing. I'm a big man, though. I'm bigger
You're
than
on the
all.
internet.
Like he's focused about his size. Like anybody cares about
It
it.
doesn't matter. It's like Trump. Whenever they told Trump he has little hands, he got all insecure about it.
Yeah,
Jamie's
Weird.
so
Yeah, I
little.
never understood people posturing on the internet for who, for what. Like,
Yeah, like when they say
I
they're
don't
gonna
know.
Kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass. So well, come and try it then.
Yeah,
You
I
know
just
you ain't
want.
gonna-
I can't
Too
be in
much
a
effort.
friend group unless you're in it, Mama Dingo. You need to come up here and talk sweet nothings to us. Ask Rain about flirting with me. Oh, he's trying to fuck with JT. That's all he ever does is try to fuck with people.
not if you were like the last dude in the world, man. Rain still wouldn't fuck with you.
Yeah, she might chain him down and then take a dildo to his ass. You know, a man named Jamie. It's like a boy named Sue.
Jamie.
Jamie, what's it like having a female's name?
No, but the topic you guys were talking about earlier, you said I didn't quite catch what it was. You're
He
talking
was
about
talking about having like a mental thing. It wasn't really complex, but it's interesting to me. Having like a system where specific shit goes in exact pockets and stuff because he's like OCD organized like that.
like you talking about like compartmentalizing.
Where like if you have a phone, it goes in a specific pocket in your pants. You have a lighter, whatever, keys, they go in specific locations.
Well, I guess that keeps you from losing things.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, mine is both. He doesn't have as bad a memory as me. I think
Every
his
time I take anything out of my pockets, I put it in the exact same spot. So like my pocket contents, they're always laid on my desk in the exact same places. And
I do the same thing. The only thing that I think makes us different is mine is, I think, partially the same as you, but it's also my memory is so fucking bad. I have to do that. Otherwise, I'm just going to lose every fucking.
Well, I do that as though not to forget where they are.
Yeah.
It just prevents you from losing where they are because you remember if they're not here, then you lost them.
Does Jamie ever come up on your panel?
He did a while back. He hasn't in a while. It's been a while. One time he came on, like he tends to come on with like he has beef with somebody, and then he'll like be walking on the street or something, and he'll have his phone facing him, and he's like walking like I guess he's trying to be tough, and then he's like, "I'll fucking beat your ass, motherfucker," and like he's just yelling the whole time.
Oh,
that's what he did the last time if I can remember. But yeah, I've only seen him like mad or like yelling and shit.
He's just always mad. One of those people. Probably has brain damage. You know, like he reminds me of those kids. Remember, like you're younger, like your kid told they can't do something, they sit there and just start pounding their fucking head off the wall or something hard. Like that was most likely Jamie. He was just sitting there and didn't get his way, bashing his fucking brains out.
I think what it is, I figured it out. So Jamie, he's pulling that alpha thing, that alpha male right wing deal. But the truth is, just like we've learned about the whole gay studies, that like the more homophobic you are, the more likely you are to be homosexual.
Oh yeah,
I think he's doing that because he's sizing when he's picking on a dude or like trying to bully them. He's really gauging them and trying to determine how well he could fuck their butthole.
Oh, well, that's what I said. He's a gym bro.
Well, maybe he wants to get fucked. You know, maybe.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Like gym bros, like that's what they like. They're into men. Like those guys that like standing there looking at the muscles in the mirror all the time. They're into the muscles in the mirror all the time. They're into other men. They just haven't come out and said, "Hey, I'm gay." I mean, it's most of them.
It does make sense.
It's pissing down here at the moment.
You think you're bullying somebody, man? He wouldn't. If he gave any fucks about what you were saying, he would just fucking block you or ban you. You know, that's how little anything you're saying actually matters. I never understood that concept of being bullied online. Like nobody's forcing anybody to interact with anybody else. Like it's not like.
That's true. I think the only case you can make that you're actually bullying someone is if you have someone trapped because they actually care what people think. So they won't block you because they're afraid that'll make them look weak. But
even then, that's still their decision to give a fuck.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
I have zero fucks to give, so you can say
like
all kinds of names.
I've never like even if I end up blocking, it's rare. But if I do block someone, I don't. You can be like, yeah, he's afraid. I don't give a fuck.
I think what's
JC, is that a picture of Jamie?
I mean, tell me, this guy's talking about somebody's cross-eyed. I mean, if anything,
yeah,
I would say
funny.
This motherfucker is a little. Yeah, that's Jamie.
He'll find anything to try to attack you. He's just it's like dealing with like a 12-year-old.
Yeah, no, you know, it's. I mean, if I looked like that too, I'd probably be mad.
I bet it's a penis insecurity thing. He has a really small penis. And
whatever it is, I get for some reason I don't know what it is, but I rub a lot of motherfuckers the wrong way, and I don't half of them I don't even know who they are. Like
Yeah, I get the same thing in life. Like, I go through life, I'm not trying to piss anybody off. I'm polite to everybody, and the motherfuckers still get mad at me, and then I fucking have to blow off on them, and it's like put them back in their place.
Same thing. It's everybody else, man. It's not me. It's everybody else, mate. It's always everybody else, and it's never me.
Well, I hate conflict, so I literally go out of my way as to not cause conflict. Like the other day, this girl at work, she was fucking around on her phone a bunch, and she was throwing shit away. And I'm like, hey, you can actually put this on the stacks and not throw this away. And she looks at me, she's like, go mind your own fucking business. Well, I just literally, that fucking snapped me. I was like, oh, you fucking kids do fucking. I like literally, we just. Oh man, I don't know how I snapped so hard, but I did. Well, the next day, the boss came and shot the shit with me while he's helping me in my line, and he's like, "Hey, what's up? Yeah, Luther, he's my buddy and everything." Like, yeah, he's like basically telling me I don't have to worry about shit. Like, they got my back. My head boss at the plant.
Well, see, that's the downside to, like, I'm similar to you in that I have a really long fuse, and people never see that or very rarely see that. But when you do lose it, you usually lose control, and then you do some stupid shit. I've gotten in trouble several times because of it.
I've gotten in trouble so many times that I have like parameters set that I don't go over. Like, I don't threaten people. I don't say anything directly at them. I just go blow off steam. Like, you fucking stupid ass kids. You can't do anything right. You dumb motherfuckers. And then I just kind of wander off, just fucking blowing off steam. I broke my hand 3 times, 2 times with punching shit. I learned not to punch shit. I got in trouble for saying shit. So therefore I don't say shit. Like, I've learned the hard way.
Yeah.
Real quick.
When it costs you thousands of dollars because he's done dumb shit, I mean, that's just, you learn not to do dumb shit.
Yep. Especially if you don't have a ton of money.
Yep.
That's why rich people never learn.
Exactly.
That's why you got to take justice into your own hands.
Who you are? You're creepy, man.
Jamie's whole like troll just got destroyed.
Sorry, man. She doesn't know who you are, but she does find you creepy.
Oh, was that Rain?
Yeah, that was Rain.
I'm not part of these circles that they're in, I guess.
I know a little bit. I think I know them through Kat because I dated her, and then I used to hang out there. And
she got mad that I shared her toilet picture.
Yeah, she got mad because I shared a picture to who was it? That drunk girl that came on our stream. What's her name? The one from Brazil.
The dumb bitch.
Yeah, Destiny. Destiny shared her fucking picture, but I thought it was a picture that was public. And it wasn't, so I got in shit, and I would never do that. I've never shared a fucking picture that I thought was private. But anyway.
I didn't, as long as I still respected the person.
I still don't. Because once you do it, no one will trust you ever again.
Well,
if somebody has, I don't know. It was a kind of shitty thing.
Jamie, you look like this, man. Do you really think you have a leg to stand on right now? Like, this is you.
Oh, he's all fired up. He's fighting with himself most.
By the way, man, you need to tell your boy Acid if he's gonna fucking dox, at least get the right name. You know what I'm saying? Like, this false sense of accomplishment that these motherfuckers want to have when they think they've doxed something. Like, at least get a fucking right dox, man. Prove it. If you think you have the right dox, then you should be able to prove it.
Well, it's like home. He thought he was doxing me. He doxed like my great aunt and something like that. Like, these people have zero connection with me. Like, doxing random people. They have no idea who, like, what I'm doing and shit. Sending them threatening emails and all this shit. Like, all he's doing is getting himself in trouble. Because, I mean, that all ties back to an IP address that's linked to his device. I mean,
Jamie, this is you. This is you, Jamie, and this is me.
This
is you. And that's me. Who the fuck is cross-eyed, man?
I mean, JT, that's impressive. An Asian dude with a beard, man. You're rocking it, man.
You see that? It's got the John Wick thing going on.
I haven't seen many Asian dudes that can get the beard to go. And man, you really pulled it off. I'm envious.
You're a little jealous, huh? It's okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie
No,
Wog
I'll
Boy?
tell you a secret. I'm not actually Asian. So that's why.
perm.
Dude,
with
I'm part
curls.
Native American, so my shit grows in all shitty.
I grow too much. In fact, like it looks about like it does now if I forget to shave for like a week.
Yeah,
If I don't shave for a week, it's like.
Yeah,
I don't even.
If I don't stay for a week.
I have some Italian, well, like they have some Italian genetics. Those motherfuckers have enough hair on their arms to almost make a fucking sweater. Like they have some hairy motherfuckers.
I'm pretty. It would be more noticeable if I had dark hair, but I'm pretty fucking hairy myself.
Yeah, I got that black hair. Like me, It's kind of weird. Like I have a brown blondish hair, but I have really dark skin, like a Native American skin. So my hair is almost like invisible at times.
That's a good thing. Well, personally, I don't like being all hairy. Like I don't like the look of it. I wish I wasn't, but it is what it is.
I look about hairless almost the time, unless I'm in the sun with like sweat. Then you can see all the hair.
Right. I would like it. Oh yeah.
I don't really give a shit. You know.
It's not the end of the world either way, but yeah.
I mean,
if I had to choose.
I'm glad I just don't have an overly hairy ass crack. I mean, just dealing dingleberries and stuff. I don't have to deal with that.
All I can say is that I'm glad I don't look like this. You know. All I can say.
He looks constipated.
That's his
protein shakes.
Yeah, that's a steroid face.
Tiny balls.
No, it's true. Anytime, yeah. If you're ever feeling down, just look at this. Just be thankful.
You're not triggered. We're triggering you, Jamie. You just don't realize it because you're stupid.
The thing is, if you got to tell somebody that they're triggered, you're probably doing it wrong. You know? Why don't you come up and talk to me?
Like, I wonder what he gets out of this. Like, I try to understand his thought process of like, what does he really get out of this? Like making an ass out of himself. Because I don't think he retrospectively goes back and thinks about what he said.
It's possible that he thinks that he's winning, like in his head or something. I don't know.
They think that they're somehow dominating something. I guess it's it's trying to fill that hole of insecurity, basically. Like motherfucker doesn't feel good enough, so he thinks that by acting like this, he's somehow filling a hole or a void.
So the insecurity part, I've always said, I completely agree on that. I just don't understand the specifics of like how can they not realize like what I see, what you see when it happens? Like, is it like
that would actually require some sense of like self-awareness or something. Like you're not going to get any of that from somebody like
I do notice there is some humans that have zero self-awareness. Like the old lady when I go to the shopping center with her, she's like in her own bubble and standing in the aisle, doesn't notice anybody else around her. Like me, I notice every person that moves around me, everything. Always thinking about every word I'm going to say. Everything I do say, I overthink it and think about it over and over.
That's almost like overly self-conscious. But this guy here is like
zero.
No awareness of himself.
Naturally, nature would have killed him off like young, probably. But because we have stupid society where we keep every jackass alive because we neutralized all threats.
That's the truth behind idiocracy is we've gotten to a point where it requires no intelligence, skill, any sort of important like output from an individual to survive anymore. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's some positive to it, but the negative is also there.
Motherfuckers.
So we've got Anna's daddy here. I'll need
that would be Jamie.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Oh, he's angry.
Pop back, Anna's daddy, and I'll let you in. I'm near the end anyway, so fuck it. If I need to damn shut down, I will.
Oh, he's angry.
He dropped, but he might. Here he goes.
It
says devices not connected. I can't add you unless you are fully in here.
That means you got to get your shit together.
You got to have I don't know. I don't know what causes that. I've only been on this side of things. What does it mean when it says device is not connected?
It means his mic is not set up or
Oh,
his.
video.
But yeah. Somebody like when I don't even know who the fuck you are and you're all my nuts, dude. I mean, what does it say? It says fucking more about you than me. I don't even know who the fuck you are, man.
Yeah, I know. That's like what I think when they come after me.
It's
It's
like,
putting this much time and effort into hating me, and I don't
it's like,
even know
who are
who you
you?
are.
And if you're gonna,
That's what always has got me is like these people will keep going on and trying to convince. It seems like they're trying to convince other people that they're triggering me, yet they're spending insane amounts of time, like hyper focused on me, like absolutely like obsessed. It's kind of the other way around, and it should be obvious to anyone. Like usually my responses are like one quick little line, and they're like typing out novels to like try to get to me. And I'm like, what are you doing?
I have my unique experience because the lead up to liking Bianca. So everybody told me, "Oh, you'll never be with her. You have no chance. You never be all that shit." And then I got with her. We played for about a year where we pretended that we weren't together, but we go to the chat and just fuck with people. So we did that for about probably 9 months or so, and then we finally made it public because she accidentally said something. Me, I didn't want to tell any motherfuckers. I was like, none of them need to know anything. So then she finally said something, and I was like, yeah, I don't even want to go chat no more. And then the motherfuckers are all like, no, it's not possible. And she's like, yeah, it's possible. And, and then like it completely destroyed all their realities. And then it was the hatred because I did it.
I could see that. For a while, like so many dudes were like fucking obsessed with Bianca. Now, don't get me wrong, because I've always had sort of it's more of a platonic thing. Like I respect her brain because she has sort of like she thinks similar to me in certain ways, I guess.
Who's Bianca?
Say, from the inside point of view, it's a lot of it is an illusion.
Right, I can see that. But you can at least see where I think that, and it seems to be the case, right?
She's what I think is a ENFP, which is about branding, making themselves into a brand and selling that brand, and that is exactly her. She is obsessed with Bianca, the name, and like her brand, her name.
Oh, it's like kind of like Trump. No, I'm not trying to compare her to Trump, but like
no, but that kind of
how he's so concerned about his image more than anything, so he puts all of his attention into that.
That's what
when you're a public figure, that that makes sense. But when you're not, like what the fuck?
When she did articles and stuff for like Vogue and Vanity Fair and stuff like that, like she used kind of her name, but in a way that nobody could identify her really. Like it was harder to identify her. Like she's very like she wants to stay elusive, but have a brand name. Like
so is it kind of like a pen name?
Well, do I know this? Do I know this Bianca person?
I don't think so.
It
comes from a different chat.
It was a grandmother's name, like for her. It's called her. So it was like a pet name. So that's why it has
she's pretty popular from our other chat, which I think, like at this point, I think they're practically dead, aren't they?
Blade Runner still has a few people, but
barely.
Yeah, it's.
There was nobody live, and then they all went to Blade Runner when that shit closed down.
Yeah, and now Blade Runner is like not so like all of chat's kind of almost gone at this point.
Well, she divorced it off. She ran off somewhere else because I just was not gonna leave because she's telling me to.
Yeah, if someone does that and they act entitled and they go, like, say when Kat and I broke up, this didn't happen by the way, but if she was like, okay, you need to fucking leave this chat, whatever, I won't do it on purpose because you tried to fucking act like you're entitled. Like we both have a say so here, and you're not gonna fucking push me around.
I did. Well, here's the fucked up thing. So I did go to another chat, and I was actually chatting in this Indian Run CNN channel thing. And I started talking to another woman. Well, here the whole time she was watching me from the shadows and then started mocking or making fun of me for like this other woman. She's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's like, you're telling me I got to move on, but yet you're here watching everything I do and then criticizing me on everything about this other person and everything. Like,
does Dingo come up? Does,
I think-
does-
Did Dingo come up one time? I think once. I think she came up once. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else, but I think she popped up one time.
is she an Australian as well?
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking. Dingo says it all.
I've seen her videos because I went stalking on her for one day, but
Stalking.
I
Well,
don't remember.
I noticed a lot of the Australians lean towards atheism. I don't know if there's like a correlation there, but I've noticed a lot. So
I don't know.
I mean, I think it's more common because they have better education, just like most of Europe.
I don't know if there's a correlation there.
I
I'm
think a
kind of
lot of
curious.
that's cultural. Wouldn't
Yeah.
say necessarily educational because
But they have free education like much of Europe.
This
they
is
can
pretty
have higher
funny.
education.
I'm not going to say a word.
you should.
But yeah.
Say what
So
you
No, no,
so
no, I won't.
so part
Why
of
not?
why I even started in the first place is because I don't know the details, but I know there's something between Odd and Dingo, and I've been playing on it the whole time, and I'm kind of testing it to see where it breaks. I don't know where it is, but there's something between you
There's
two.
like
for
some
sure.
weird sexual tension between them.
I
or
don't
what?
know if it's sexual or if they're like related to each other. There's
Are you in the
something.
same room?
There's something there.
Is it
Oh, you're
friend
not
every day?
atheist? What?
Odd is an atheist.
No, I'm talking to Dingo.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, Audie, why are you biting your tongue, man? You got something to say about Dingo? You should say it,
Well, about Australia, I think.
or about Australia, whatever.
Does he
Oh,
ever
sorry.
say
Do you
anything?
have control? Oh, I didn't know that. No. I'll do what I was doing. I'm quite content.
Were you fapping?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with fapping.
That's a nightly routine. Helps you sleep.
It's a very natural occurrence. And so guys, I just went into earlier in this very stream about my research into all of the shit and like raping women and stuff every time we've had a major war. Even the good guys do it. Now, if guys fapped more, that shit wouldn't be nearly as common, I guarantee you. You wouldn't
Exactly.
be going around
True.
raping everybody if you fucking take care of yourself.
Yep. Just remove the urge.
It'll at
Remove
least
that.
reduce it. It'll at least reduce it.
It's like a fog, basically. It gets over your brain.
Yeah. I've noticed that if I go like a couple of days, I start getting fucking crazy. I'll start like, this is a different thing. It's making me jump into a different thing, but I went no fat for a while, and you can imagine me. It's like fucking torture. Like I couldn't handle it, but I made it, I think, a week or two. And after 2 weeks, I started looking at other dudes' asses. Now, I know I joke about being gay, but I'm really not. That fucking worried me. I started looking at dudes, like, and I worked at a grocery store at the time, and like, there was a dude in the line, and I'm like, fuck yeah. And he like turned around, I'm like, fuck. And then I started fapping immediately. I'm like, fuck this. I'm done. I'm not doing that shit anymore.
Okay, I've got a kind of reverse one. It's really funny. We
Mhm.
had this beach cruiser bike. It was pink. The old lady left it at the old house when she left, and I was using it to ride back and forth between my sister's house. Instead of,
No one
finding
cares,
a vehicle.
Goblin. No one fucking cares. Shut your fucking mouth.
I had my,
Bitch
I had
boy.
my hair all down and everything, and I'm there with my ass in the air riding down through, and this truck comes down through, 2 guys, and the one's hanging out the window like, yeah, and then all of a sudden I look over and smile, and they see it's a guy, and they fucking just
You smiled at a
stand
bloke.
straight.
You smiled at another man, you fucking little queer. What's wrong with you? You homo or what?
No, because I didn't know who it was, and I just looked beside me to see there's a vehicle and smiled. And then
Who smiles at another man and thinks that's normal? Like, that's pure. Do you know what it is? It's leftist ideology. It's the
Wow,
same as
you're
fucking Trump.
so
And listen
fucking
up, JT,
stupid.
you little cross-eyed bitch, you little broke bitch who never has a fucking job in his life. I'll take your girlfriend off you in 2 seconds, bro. Yeah? I take your girlfriend off you in 2 seconds, mate, you little fucking skinny, anorexic, cross-eyed bitch. That's all you are, JT, with no job. He never
Who are
worked
you
a day in
again?
his life, man. You're broke all the time.
Who
All
are you?
right.
I love the
Hold
accent.
on.
This accent's rock on.
I've got you muted for a moment, Jamie. I can't
Do you
give
know
you.
this
I can't. Yes, I can't give you special rules just because you don't come on here very often. You cannot be attacking anyone. You can't use attacks on anyone on this panel except for me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to kick you. I'm going to unmute you now.
Hot potatoes.
You came back and all I heard was potatoes.
So Travis, so are you gonna hold on? Let's get it real for a second though, Travis. Let's get it real for a second though. So I just got attacked there, that potatoes thing. So are you gonna mute that person now or no?
Dude, you look like a pedo. For real.
Anna, you've got panda eyes. You've got big panda eyes.
Dude, now it's happening from multiple people. Guys, don't do personal attacks.
So fucking deal with it the same way, Travis. Don't be hypocritical now.
Dude, hold on. I am fair and balanced. However, the potato thing, that's not the same as like what you were doing, dude. Let's not.
It is 100%. 100%. Trubs, don't be hypocritical now. Deal with it the same way. Mute them if they start doing it. Simple as that, yeah?
What's the potato thing? I don't understand.
Dude, that is not even. Don't try to convince me that's the same. That's not the same.
I'm not trying to convince. Here, listen. Who do you think you are that I need to convince you, mate? I don't need to convince you. Who do you think you are?
Who are you supposed to be?
I'm the host
We're
of the
not
stream.
the bloody
dude.
Irish. That's what we are.
I'm sorry about the hot
I don't really know who
potatoes
this guy
comment.
is.
I won't do hot potatoes again. No hot potatoes, no Father Ted references. No.
So look, just to be clear, if you want to make,
hold on a second. Mute that fucking Australian cunt then if you're gonna deal with it the same way.
Hold on. I was getting ready to tell you exactly that you cut me off because I knew you were gonna think that. If you want to make fun of Odd's voice, you can do that. What I'm saying is not to throw out ad hominems, character attacks. Don't go like, oh, you're gay. That's a character attack.
You mean like you're a pedo?
Yeah.
Oh, so you accept racism, but you can't accept people like
that's not racism, dude.
Reality basically, it is. You're just taking your own perception of what racism is.
You do. You have a pedo face.
I'm Irish Australian.
I hold the same shit.
You just don't know why your face looks like that.
You're a cross-eyed bitch boy.
Why does your face look like this?
Yeah, look at your face.
You
You're
do. You look like a pedo.
You're actually cross-eyed. You are 1,000,000%
This is your picture.
bro. There's no debate about it. You are absolutely cross-eyed. Simple.
Dude, this is your picture. You're talking about cross-eyed. That's
look
you.
Look at your face, bro.
That's
look
you.
at you on the picture.
This
like,
is
honestly,
you. This is what you...
Sorry guys, but I have to stick with my rules. Otherwise, people are gonna watch and go, "Oh, well, it'll be okay sometimes." I can't let it slide, no matter who you are. So, JT and Jamie, you are gone. So hopefully it's clear what I mean by that. If it's a direct personal attack on another person, it's not the same like someone's like using, like, you can make the case that using someone's accent is, but that's really like gray area. That's gray area.
Yeah, it's just mocking somebody. It's not necessarily calling them names or just personal attacks for no reason.
Yeah. But either way, like I said, I've been way too fucking far over my time. It's like 4:20 right now. It's time to smoke weed.
Oh yeah.
But that's the amount of time this thing's been going.
I always dragged you out in time.
Well, I kept getting ready to leave, and then I fucking would look down, and there's Mama Dingo getting me all excited. I can't concentrate.
Dingo getting you Randy, baby. Yeah.
What, Audie? Why do you keep getting quiet every time?
I heard him giggling there. He sounds like he's getting stoned, is what he's doing.
I don't know. It seems like every time I bring up Dingo, you act a little different. Like, I don't know how to describe it.
I'm amazed that you don't know the tie between Mama Dingo and me.
Is that your mom?
You should know that. No, close.
It's your sister.
Not a thing to be said on chat. You know.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about my family stuff on chat.
Okay.
Standard, etiquette.
I understand. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's about all it is. There's nothing more to it. There's nothing hideous. Gee.
Fair enough.
A lot of people make crazy assumptions, though. especially Tex and Gucci. But yeah,
So it's two
Fair.
sides of the same coin, basically, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Well, that's sort of honestly what I thought it was going to be. Like, I can't get Jamie to fucking, like, I try. Like, I don't want to kick people. If I add someone, I want to have a conversation. But,
Well, I
like,
didn't know who it was at first.
Jamie cannot engage without attacking people. It's like it's not possible.
Well, that's why he probably has no friends either. He's just.
It does appear like my mama here woke up on the wrong side of the bed though today. She's been hounding me all chat.
Oh. I understand, JT, but I still have to call it across the board. I can't, like, yes, he did start the shit. I'm aware of that. But still, on panel, you were attacking him. Even if he started it, I have to call it across the board. I can let you back on next time, but either way, like I said, I'm about to shut down anyway, so there's really no point.
Yep, let's get that last night fapping in.
Yep. So you guys take it easy. I'll see you next week. I got to take care of some shit. I'm behind on stuff now.
Feed that pussy. Or pussies.
Well, that's part of it. I've actually been doing shit lately, like cleaning, which is really fucking weird for me.
Yeah, I'd say take your temperature, make sure you're feeling all right.
I know. It's fucking crazy. But take it easy, guys. It was fun. See you next time.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yep.
See you
Next week. Later.